테스트 하나 둘 셋.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 10시부터 416
From 10, the 416 International Symposium will begin. This is day 2 of the 416 International Symposium.
자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 회의장 내부로
Please note that food and beverages are not allowed inside the conference hall. We encourage you to enjoy refreshment in the lobby and enter the conference hall without any food or beverages.
I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to. Right on. See you. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to.
When you ride into the night without a trace behind, run your claw along my gut one last time. Turn to face an empty space where you used to lie, and look for the spark that lights the night through the teardrops in my eyes. Right on, see you. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to. Right on, see you. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to. Right on, see you. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to. Right on, see you. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to. I've met some folks who say that I'm a dreamer, and I've no doubt there's truth in what they say. But sure, a body's bound to be a dreamer when all the things he loves are far away, and precious things are dreams unto an exile. They take him o'er the land across the sea, especially
네, 잠시 후 10시 10분
So April 16 International Symposium will get started shortly at 10:05 a.m. So please make sure you turn off your cell phone or keep it in vibration mode. And also you have to make sure you understand and you learn about where the exit is in case of any emergencies. Today we are providing interpreting services for Japanese, Korean, and English. If you need any translation services, please take any one device for translation at the front desk. Once again, for smooth proceedings of the symposium, please make sure you keep the cell phone in vibration mode or keep it off. Then we are going to start the second day of 416 International Symposium at 10:10 a.m.
This is to end in fire, then we should all burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night, calling out, Father, stand by and we will watch the flames burn over on the mountainside. Oh. And if we should die tonight, then we should all die together. Watch the flames climb high for the last time, calling out, Father, prepare as we will watch the flames burn over on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire inside the mountain. I see fire burning the trees, and I see fire hollowing souls, and I see fire, blood in the breeze, and I hope that you'll remember me. Oh, should my people fall, then surely I'll do the same. Confined in mountain halls, we got too close to the flame, calling out, Father, hold fast and we will watch the flames burn over on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire
네, 잠시 후 10시 10분부터 4.16 국제 심포지엄
The 416 International Symposium will begin shortly at 10:10 a.m. Please take a seat. To ensure the smooth running of the event, please turn off your mobile phones or set them to vibration mode. Before the symposium begins, we kindly ask you all guests to locate the nearest exit and emergency exit from your seat.
10.
Nostra amico, mai dire che l'amo. Nostra amico, mai dire che mi ama. Sto pregando che dirà di amarmi.
네, 여러분
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you so much for attending the 416 International Symposium today, following yesterday's session. My name is Song-hee, for your MC. I'm here as an MC today. Thanks to your passion and rich discussions on the first day, it was a very informative and meaningful time. And I learned a lot, and also there are a lot of things that I can take away. But unfortunately, we couldn't take every question from the floor, but I will make sure that I will proceed the conferences in more efficient manner so that we can take more questions from the floor. So on the second day of the symposium, we have more presentations and in-depth discussions prepared by many more experts. Just like yesterday, I hope today will also be a valuable time to learn a lot and share each other's opinions. Now, we will begin the second day of 416 International Symposium with a big round of applause. According to the program rundown, we are going to have a session 3. In the session 3, we are going to talk about the current status and challenges of investigating the Sewol Ferry disaster. And then we will discuss the evaluations of the investigative process following disasters and catastrophe and the challenges we need to address moving forward. Disasters leave significant wounds and shocks for many, and the process of uncovering the truth is a crucial step in healing those wounds and preventing recurrence. In this session, various experts will gather to evaluate the truth-finding processes thus far and examine the improvements and future tasks derived from them. First, let me introduce the experts and presenters who will delve deeply into this topic. Attorney Mineo from law firm ULIB will present on the topic of the current status and challenges of investigating the Sewol ferry disaster. This presentation will cover the progress and current status of the investigation into the Sewol ferry disaster, the current status of trials of those responsible for the Sewol ferry disaster, and challenges in uncovering the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her.
대여 소개받은 오민혜 변호사라고 합니다.
Hello everyone, I am Mineo. Thank you very much for your introduction. So today I'm going to make a presentation on our investigation journey to uncover the truth about the Sewol ferry disaster. So, after the end of the Special Investigation Committee on Social Disasters, we have had briefings and meetings and to take stock of what was done. And based on the memorandum of those briefings and meetings, yes, I have prepared this presentation. Different government investigation committees and organizations conducted investigations. Some prosecutors and police joint investigation headquarters, as well as the Board of Audit, were involved to clarify the main cause of the disaster. And we communicated with the civil organization in that process. This is brief information of the process of Sewol ferry disaster fact-finding. 3 committees were in place, and they led the investigation approach according to the Special Act. And after the disaster, the government also initiated investigations by the Board of Audit and Inspection and by the National Assembly State Investigation. And the prosecutor investigation was also conducted immediately after the disaster. Yes, there was some idle period. However, the investigation was resumed later on, and the special investigation was conducted as well. Throughout these processes, some of the truths were uncovered. Let me show you the facts we found. Several tribunal processes were there. Through the trials, yes, we can clarify many things. Yes, that is not the only way. However, through the legal procedures, we were able to clarify many facts. So this is the status quo on the court cases for responsible personnel for Sewol ferry disaster. So tribunals of the trials for staff and executives of the Cheonghae Marine Company and operation manager of Korea Shipping Association, captain and crew of Sewol ferry, and head of 123 vessel Coast Guard Command. And court cases on preparation of false official documents related to the time of the first report at the time of Sewol ferry disaster. And another court on obstruction of investigation by the Special Investigation Committee on the Sewol tragedy and another one about investigation of the bereaved families by the Defense Security Command. So, Sarah Ferry disaster fact findings. Okay, we can make different opinions and we can make different classifications regarding this. These are main classifications. First, how did the Sarah Ferry sink? And second, what kind of a rescue efforts was done and what was not done by the state. And the third category is state's avoidance of liability and hindrance of fact-finding. These are the three categories that we focused on, and based on these categories, we can summarize the fact. First, how did the Sarah Ferry sink? This is one of the important ones. Her investigation committee did not reach a single conclusion on the cause of the Sarah Ferry sinking, but prepared two reports divided into belief that malfunctioning steering equipment was the cause of sinking. After its investigation, yes, it failed to reach a single conclusion. Instead of investigation by Sarah Ferry, special investigation committee was done. So accordingly, the task of clarifying the cause of the sinking through further investigation was carried over to the private sector. That was the main scope of the special committee's actions. So the cause of the sinking was investigated. And we experienced conflict in the course of investigation, of course, among the with the stakeholders. So as a result of confirming the possibility of external cause, the possibility of external shock caused by contact with the underwater body cannot be ruled out as the cause of deformation and damage outside the hull of Sarah Ferry. However, the Commission did not reach the point where it ruled out any possibility other than an external force collision when putting together. We wanted to clarify the main reason of the sinking. But as I mentioned earlier, we failed to reach a single conclusion. The two investigation organizations' activities have ended, but no conclusions have been drawn on the cause of the sinking. So continuous research and verification are needed based on the findings confirmed until now. And the rescue effort on the day. So what was done and what was not done by the state. So rescue team was dispatched to the site. So Marine Police was the organization responsible for the rescue effort. So, however, the more clarification was required on the comprehensive rescue efforts by different government organizations. We wanted to conduct a comprehensive investigation. course, by conducting the legal investigation, we can bring those responsible to the court. We can clarify those responsible, we can identify them, and then we can identify the main cause. However, the investigation body, and not prosecutor, beyond the responsibility of personnel, the investigation body wanted to analyze the basic role of the state at the time. But we faced some limitations, and let me tell you about those limitations. So on the disaster day, of course, the state was responsible to dispatch the required rescue team. Even if it is not indicated or stipulated in a relevant laws, that is a basic responsibility of the police. But on the day of the disaster, the Coast Guard did not receive information from rescue vessel, and they did not send some required commands. They have not delivered what kinds of assistance was needed for the site. We were able to see that most of those in need were inside the hall. However, they did not try to evacuate them. Also, what was the role and responsibility of the control tower at the time? So the Coast Guard actually, the captain was the one who controlled the hull, and that was the main message of the Coast Guard. So the Coast Guard argued that no one may interfere with the captain's professional judgment for the safety of the ship. But this presupposes that the captain is normally making judgments for the safety of the ship and taking measures accordingly. If the captain cannot fulfill its role, then to whom can we rely? So in the criminal judgment against the head of 123 vessel, the court ruled that the dismissal measure was not necessarily acquired through training. So we investigated what was done and what was not done. But regarding the cause was not clearly identified. I think that more structural investigation approach was needed at the time. But the investigation was done as part of the prosecution, so a more comprehensive analysis was not done. So to clarify the structural and systemic cause of the disaster, the previous training data should be reviewed, and the responsive measures should be examined as well. However, those examinations were not included at the time in the course of investigation. That is why that limited the scope of comprehensive analysis. we should continue to try to analyze the codes from the more comprehensive perspective. They were not proactive at the time in rescuing people. But their hindrance was very specific. On the date of disaster, they failed to fulfill their role as a control tower, the President and the Blue House. So information agencies were used to spy on the victims and their bereaved families to cover up the truth. And other specific cover efforts were made. So to distort, the main functions of the codes of the committees, they tried to hinder the significance of the action by the committees. So those responsible were brought to the justice. But as I mentioned earlier, on the day of disaster, there was no control tower. Then, why we did not have control tower on the day? Unclarified and unidentified, there are, yes, unidentified facts. Right after the disaster, yes, it was the Coast Guard who were most responsible to investigate and rescue people. But the prosecutors, they just prosecuted Omni 123 vessel staff members. So there was a loophole in the investigation process. This is still a challenge to us. So in the information agency, they conducted some spying on the victims. However, such kind of act was not investigated thoroughly. So I have summarized what's or the loopholes in the investigation and what we need to do to clarify the main cause and identify those responsible. And in September 2019, the police and the prosecutor office, they initiated investigation. So these are the people who were brought to justice because they were responsible. First, staff and executives of the Cheonghaejin Marine Company. They were responsible for causing casualty damage by having sailors leave without checking the overload and securing before departure. And another responsible body was another responsible people was the operation managers of the Korea Shipping Association and captain and crew of Sailor Ferry. They were responsible for abandoning the duty of rescue and escaping in a situation where the ship sank as the captain and crew of the ferry sailor and head of a 123 vessel. The head was the first to arrive at the site of a sailor ferry disaster and worked as a commander. Only this person was punished. The head was responsible for not having induced evacuation through channels such as communications with the sailor. In the case of Chung Hwa-dae, Chief of Staff and Head of National Security Office, they were responsible for making forced documentation to avoid their responsibilities. They reported the first report time, first report time. And in the state of disaster, national disaster, Chung Hwa-dae is the control tower according to the relevant regulations. However, they tried to remove that content from the relevant regulations. And the Defense Security Command internally, it created a TF. Yes, several TF it was established within the DSC, conducted civilian inspections, including the bereaved families and the citizens of the several ferry disaster. They were all convicted. However, later, the responsible people appealed and was specially pardoned after withdrawing the appeal. And Coast Guard Command, the special investigation team for the Sewol ferry disaster, they prosecuted 11 people of the Coast Guard Command. We wanted to hold them accountable. The court ruled that the captain was primarily responsible for the evacuation and that it was difficult to recognize the urgency of the situation and could have been mistaken for a rescue in the content of information that the Coast Guard Command could grasp at the time. So it was confirmed. And Chung Hwa-dae and the government ministry officials trials were made and they were additionally prosecuted. Some of the officials were held accountable, but there are some other officials who were acquitted. So I have shared what have been clarified and what challenges still we have. Such investigation approaches were possible because the bereaved families, they kept raising questions on that process, and many victims, their family members, they work together, to make their voices heard. So through official investigation bodies, official investigations were done. However, through the process, yes, we found some loopholes, some shortcomings. Through the investigations and trials, yes, we found limitations, and then now with the limitations, I think we need to try to do more to overcome the limitations. Thank you.
감사합니다. 네, 세월호 참사
Thank you so much. Okay. So the evaluation and homework of disaster investigation process was briefly presented by Mineo. We are going to continue to make an effort to uncover the truth. And I guess that we can make it happen thanks to such activists and such intellectuals like Mineo. Next, I would like to invite Choi Hee-chun, the Chief Research Officer of Asia Safety Education Agency, and he is going to talk about the function of the Sewol Ferry Disaster Investigative Body and remaining tasks. There were some investigative bodies going on, but we still have a lot of things to resolve. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm going to talk about the function of the Sewol Ferry Disaster Investigative Body and remaining tasks. On the other day, I was working on my paper and I got a phone call from someone, and the call asked me about the challenges and accomplishment of the Special Commission on Sewol Ferry. And so I told him that I cannot really make it because it's too broad. And he pushed me to work on it. Let me share with you the background of why it happened. Because I used to work as a director of the SES. And for those from the United States, you understand SES. I have been supporting the victims of other disasters as well. And then the Mineo worked on a bureau of fact-finding commission. Well, so Sewol Ferry was not necessarily the target that I investigated while I was working on other disasters. So I tried to step back to see a big picture of the Sewol Ferry. So I'm going to cover the content just in the order of the content. In 2015, there was a special commission. Following that, there was another commission on the Sewol Ferry Hull, and then Social Disaster Special Investigation Commission was formed. So there are 3 types of commissions on social disasters, including Sewol Ferry. That's what I want to mention. And I'm going to walk you through what happened with those investigative bodies. So it's been 10 years since Sewol Ferry disaster broke out. Why do we have to evaluate the challenges and accomplishment? It's not just because we are marking the 10th anniversary. Rather, we still have lots of things to look upon because we have experienced other disasters, including Osong Underpass and Litaewon disasters and so on. And there was an issue and controversies about the separation of punishment and investigations. So it would be meaningful for us to take a look at the history of the special commissions. You remember September 11th attacks. The Americans may understand what the president was doing during the attack. The George Bush, then president, was in an event of reading books to elementary school students. And when he was reported about it, he paused for 10 minutes and left to the school. Then what happened to our president at that time? And 99.9% of the Korean population has no idea about what happened and what she was doing, the then president was doing. The 7 hours. For 7 hours, we have no idea about what she was doing. Because to look at it, we need a sort of an authority to access the report in the presidential office. So we also have to understand the social context. I mean, the difference between Korea and the United States. Okay, then what happened and what the investigative bodies have been doing. The people might just think about success or failures, and they might are forced to just to pick one out of two. And media also does the same. But maybe we just to change the question into like this. For example, if without the investigative body, what's going to happen? What would have been happening? Then we can now figure out the roles and meanings and significance of the investigative bodies. So let me touch upon it. The investigative body was independent. Well, the governmental investigation bodies have its own limitations. And this is one of the news articles. This is about Stella Deji, and that's a cargo ship. And in 5 years, there was a trial. It took 5 years to put them in justice. And the government agencies in relation to investigative bodies have some specific characteristics based on my experiences and research over the past decade. They are likely to analyze the cause in just a technical manner. For example, the reason that Sewol Ferry sunk is because of a technology. I mean, it's because of a lack of communications. And they say as a response measure, they would introduce AI system to that. And that actually applied to also underpass disaster as well. So the viewpoint and the perspective of the governmental bodies should be understood from our perspective as well. So that's actually a fundamental limitations, and that's why we needed independent investigative body. Of course, we went through some challenges. We still see some challenges and remaining tasks in the independent investigative bodies as well. And due to the nature of the governmental bodies, they try to evade some responsibilities, and they just want to take a safe pathways, and that's across the world. I mean, that kind of tendency seems to be across the world. And then what should be the accomplishment of the independent investigative body? It really depends on what perspective you have. Did you really find anything new, and what kind of social impact was made thanks to the investigations? And did you use the budget in an efficient and effective manner? What could be the criteria for success or failures? So investigative bodies have very complicated characters. And the commission or bodies, investigative bodies, are not really born out of overnight, out of scratch. It was formed thanks to wishes, dreams, and forces of the people, as you can remember from the image of the candlelight vigil. So the investigative bodies are the result of society, result of the mass, a social result, I would say. So then what was the mission of the investigative bodies? And what was the role of the investigative body? Once you define them, we can now evaluate them in more objective manner. So thinking of the nature and properties of the investigative bodies, there are some political natures, indeed. So members of the investigative bodies were recommended and nominated by the ruling and opposition parties. So from its birth, political perspectives were involved at the very initial stage, and that kind of remaining properties were succeeding into the second investigative commission. From outsider's perspective, I was the director of the Bureau of the Victim Support. That time, so from my own position, I would tell you about this. In the fact-finding bureau, where Omine comes from, there are a very sharp confrontations and standoff among members, even for one word. So I heard that it took like hours in discussing and picking one specific word. So they were really rigorous, and sometimes they put too much energy into discussions. So very exhausting processes were going on there in the bureau, unlike the bureau that I come from, indeed. Then why was it like that? In the first investigative body that was formed thanks to the wishes of the people, but it couldn't even complete the cycle. And then the second committee, the second investigative body was formed. There was other missions. As Omine made a presentation, there are three pillars. One is they have to investigate the obstacles of the investigations, and the second is the reason of failure of rescue, and the third is the cause of the sunken Sewol ferry. There are three missions that they have to resolve, and that was the call from the society. But the result was not really clear. But I think it makes sense because thinking of the nature of the investigative bodies. Because investigative bodies were so much influenced by the political parties and politicians. From my perspective, working in the neighbor bureau, the political parties' involvement functioned negatively. So after the first investigative bodies, the second the other administration and the other president took office, and there was a sharp standoff between different perspectives, and that made an impact on the limitations of the second investigative body as well. Then what role and mission were given to the second investigative body is also related to the limitations of the first investigative body. The National Intelligence Agency puts many obstacles and investigations, and the NIA listed up a sort of made a sort of blacklist for artists and entertainers, and they also made a use of FKI. They tried to make some pressures to other interested parties in the society, and that was turned out thanks to the work of investigative bodies. And that's obviously the accomplishment of the investigative bodies, because we understand what happened and what was wrong from the governmental side. So if something similar happened, then the government should be hesitant at least to do such work. And that's also the impact, social impact of the investigative body. And one of the National Assemblymen said that the Special Commission investigative body is tax thief. And another politician who is working as a secretary for the Blue House made other interfering activities. And also, one conservative group held rallies to slander the salary for relieved families. And there was some context that politicians tried to put an obstacle to investigations. In January 1st, in 2015, they say the special commission was formed, and the reason that they just set up the date for the formation of the special commission is because to complete it as soon as possible. But actually, that was not the date when the special commission was formed. So when we are talking about accomplishment of the special investigative body, we have to learn the context. And we have seen some more accomplishment of the second investigation commission or committee. They tried to investigate the obstacles put by the government, but that was also a limitation because they put more effort and energy into fact-finding. But some of the staff and experts have to work on investigation of the obstacles of the government. That's something that we feel sorry about. And regarding the cause of the sinking, which is very critical, in one sense, that is actually impossible task that they can do, because 10 minutes of film is removed from the CCTV in the Sewa ferry. And regarding handling, which was out of order, we cannot really guarantee, we cannot really say that the sinking, it was sunk because of the handle. Because we raised the ferry in a few years from the time when it sunk. Also, the members of the committee had to work under the pressure. The second special committee drafted a report, and then they sent it to a Marine Investigation Society, and they critically commented on it. So the investigative body rebuted it back, and such discussions took place in the last 2 to 3 months, 1 to 2 months, before the completion and conclusion of the special commission, the second special commission. Because we think it is very important for them to communicate with the rest of the society, not just a specific academic society. And yesterday, we've already made lots of discussions regarding how to support victims. And victims should be the agent rather than object. That was another accomplishment that we made from the second special commission. So I'm going to wrap up my presentation in 1 or 2 minutes. So going forward, I want to say In the past, there was a complicated mix of members in terms of background and political orientations. That was good, but at the same time, it brought about many confusion. And looking at the report, there are so many discussions regarding how to run and operate the commission rather than the fact-finding per se. And based on these limitations, learning from there, we might overcome the challenges when we set up a standing and permanent investigative body. Then we can get over those problems. And that's my hope as well. Thank you so much. Bye.
감사드립니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through your presentation, we could better understand the roles of the investigative body and what challenges we should focus on down the road. Thank you very much for your presentation. The resolving these tasks and challenges require the additional effort, not just correcting the past. We will be better prepared for our future, and the further discussions can be made on this topic. I hope that this presentation can be the beginning point of the discussion. Once again, please give him a big hand. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Now, in session 3, we are going to have a discussion time for session 3. Let me invite the moderator for session 3 and the designated discussant. Mr. Sung-gil Kim is co-executive chairperson of the 10th Cycle Committee of the Sewol Ferry disaster. He is also the Secretary General of the Victims' Families Association. He is also the bereaved family of the Itaewon. Mr. Kim Nam-hee is a bereaved family member from the October 29th Itaewon tragedy. With the topic of the evaluation and homework of the disaster investigation process, we are going to have the panel discussion. And the presentation made by Dr. N. Ayer yesterday will also be discussed as well today. Dr. Ayer made a presentation on the Hillsborough disaster and the journey to the truth. Please refer to your program book for her presentation. Then, now, all the panelists, please come up to the stage. Then I'm going to hand over the mic to the moderator. Hello, everyone. I'm Sung-gil Kim. I'm the moderator of session 3. I'm the mother of Jin Yoon-hee. Jin Yoon-hee was a victim of the Jaron High School. Before the discussion, we have listened to the presentations by Min Oh and Hee-chun Choi. Thank you very much. And we have a discussant, Kim Nam-hee. She is the mother of Shin Hae-jin, one of the victims.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As kindly introduced, I am Nam-hee Kim. I'm a mom of Shin Hae-jin, who is a victim in October 29th Itaewon disaster. So I have two wishes. One as a parent, and the other as a citizen. As a parent, my wish is to clearly uncover the truth about the disaster. If there are people at fault, I want them to be held criminally responsible. And if there are people who did well, I want them to be recognized. This is my hurt as a parent directly affected. As a citizen, my wish is a bit different. While holding those responsible criminally accountable is important, I also believe it is crucial to reveal the structural causes of the disaster. Only then can my society take a step towards becoming a safer one, and only then can the sacrifice of the 159 citizens, including my child, not be in vain but be meaningful. Investigating why the administrative organizations, such as the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, the National Police Agency, the District Office, and the Fire Department did not function on that day, is a different matter from criminal punishment. The investigation by the Special Investigation Headquarters was aimed at criminal punishment, and the incomplete parliamentary investigation did not bring us any closer to understanding the structural causes of the disaster. Without examining and confirming the structural problems, the safety measures we established will not prevent another disaster. It would be like building a house of cards. Over the past year and a half, watching the parliamentary investigation, the Special Investigation Headquarters findings, and so on, I thought of the Sewol Ferry parents who endured countless investigations over 10 years. I still cannot imagine how they endured such heart-wrenching times. The government is also consistently ignoring the Itaewon disaster. Despite the clear administrative failures at every stage, from crowd planning to rescue efforts to the establishment of post-disaster measures, I have not heard any explanation from the government. No matter how much I asked, the government remained silent. Throughout the parliamentary investigation, the requested materials were not submitted, and I only saw the shameless faces of officials claiming they did not know. The Special Investigation Headquarters results received by mail were just a 4-page report with no substantial content. None of the numerous questions resolved, and now I'm hanging on to a sliver of hope with the investigation under the Itaewon Special Act. This is why I have paid close attention to the investigation process and recommendations of the Sewol Ferry Special Investigation Committee and the Social Disaster Commission. To properly respond to disaster or tragedies, it is crucial to closely examine the recommendations of the Social Disaster Commission. While all the recommendations are significant, I would like to discuss the 3 specific ones: the establishment of a major disaster investigation committee, the victims' right to know, and the human rights of the victims. First, let me discuss the recommendation to establish a major disaster investigation committee. The Social Disaster Investigation Committee explains the necessity of such an establishment as follows. Despite the crucial role of the disaster cause investigations in preventing similar incidents, the current disaster investigation system relies heavily on internal investigations. This reliance comprises the independence and transparency of the investigations, limiting the ability to identify fundamental causes and improve systems. Additionally, most investigation bodies are non-permanent, making it difficult to accumulate expertise through the education and training of investigators. Therefore, the Commission recommends establishing a permanent disaster cause investigation body dedicated to investigating the causes of major disasters, especially those with significant harm or societal impact, to ensure fundamental cause identification, recommendations, and implementation monitoring. However, currently in my county, investigations can only be conducted through independent bodies established by special laws. In case of the Itaewon disaster, it took more than 500 days to enact a special law and set up a special investigation committee, while the investigation period itself was only 15 months. If we had a permanent body to investigate the truth right after the disaster occurred, my society could have been spared at least 500 days of suffering. A short-term investigation makes it difficult to systematically identify the causes of the accident and establish proper safety measures. Inadequate internal investigations conducted by those responsible for the disaster cannot prevent the recurrence of similar tragedies. We must remember that the Osong disaster occurred after the Minister of the Interior and Safety, who was responsible for the Itaewon disaster, was exonerated. I hope the recommendation to establish a permanent major disaster investigation committee will be implemented to ensure accurate cause identification, the establishment of safety measures, and the monitoring of the implementation of recommendations. Second, let me discuss the recommendations to guarantee disaster victims' right to know and improve the communication of information. According to disaster-related regulations suggested by the United Nations and the international community, victims have the right to truth and the right to know. However, my country's current laws and systems focus solely on the physical recovery from damage from disaster and human rights violation victims. What disaster victims, including myself, genuinely desire is the truth in getting to the bottom of the entire process, from the causes of the disaster to the establishment of follow-up measures. Since the disaster occurred, I have not received a single briefing from the government. I could only get information related to the disaster through the media. For families who have lost their loved ones, uncovering the truth is the beginning of mourning and healing. This is because it is the first step for the remaining family members to return to their daily lives. Therefore, I hope the recommendation of the Social Disaster Commission to guarantee disaster victims' right to know is fully implemented. Third, I want to address the recommendation to prevent human rights violations and the spread of hate speech against disaster victims. Every time a disaster occurs, there are repeated instances of human rights violations against the victims and distorted perceptions and attacks related to compensation. Right after the Itaewon disaster, the government unilaterally announced the payment of funeral expenses, which led to secondary harm with accusations like making money off selling your child and profiting from corpses. These accusations overshadowed the cause for truth and societal mourning. Especially the government tactically supported the secondary harm inflicted by ruling party members such as the city councillors. The government's tacit approval of the secondary harm was more painful than any other secondary harm. Watching court rulings that dismissed the victim's rights while protecting the perpetrator's rights under the guise of constitutionally guaranteed freedom of expression made me feel an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, as if the last line of defense had collapsed. The Social Disaster Commission declares that anyone in the nation can become a disaster victim, and it is crucial that the cause of disasters, the demand for accountability, compensation, and social support for recovery should be guaranteed as victims' rights. The Commission also recommends expanding the awareness that recovery from disaster is a social task. I strongly agree with these and earnestly hope it will be implemented. Practical experiences, when summarized, become theories. These theories guide future practices, and as their validity is verified, lead to the development of the theories. Theory and practice go hand in hand. Changing reality is the foundation of history. This is a quote from Professor Young-Bok Shin. Despite the establishment and activities of investigative bodies after the Sewol Ferry disaster, unresolved issues remain. However, the 10 years of practical experiences from the Sewol Ferry disaster are achievement made possible through the solidarity of beloved families and civil society. Each step we take together becomes a river flowing towards the sea of truth. If the past 10 years after the Sewol Ferry disaster were about retrieving sunken consciences, the next 10 years must be about liberating the rights trapped in alleys. The Sewol Ferry disaster has continued into the Itaewon disaster. Uncovering the truth of the Itaewon disaster must address the unfinished tasks of the Sewol Ferry disaster and become a stepping stone towards a safe and rights-respecting Korea. I will not remain merely as a bereaved family member of the Itaewon disaster, but as a bereaved family member of disaster victims and a citizen. I will stand together with those affected by the Sewol Ferry, the Stella Daiji ship, and the Osong Underground underpass disaster. I will quietly walk the path illuminated by my child. Thank you so much.
네, 어려운 이야기
Thank you very much for sharing your difficult stories and your opinions. Of course, I think we could have prevented the Itaewon disaster. Unlike the Sewol Ferry disaster, if we had a better preventive measure, then we could have prevented it. But still, many officials who should be held accountable, they still keep trying to avoid their responsibilities. And now I'm going to get some questions from the floor. If you have any question.
I want to be a little cautious. So I have a question to the bereaved family, Ms. Nam. at this moment, the special commission was formed for October 29 Itaewon disaster. And can you please update us? What's going on there in the commission? Regarding the special commission, it's being formed. It's going on. So from my understanding, the 4 members were nominated by the opposition party, but other 4 members by the ruling party have not been nominated. And then 1 can be nominated by a National Assemblyman. But we have only 5 members out of the total 9. And by June 25th, the commission should be formed, but the nomination from the ruling party has yet to be made, so the schedule is postponed. Next. First off, I want to make sure, I want to add you that the society is really strange. Like you said, the special laws and the special commissions and independent bodies should be formed. So here's my question. As Ms. Mineo said, so looking at the broadcasting reports, there are so many reports about a Sewol ferry disaster, and there are many reasons available and possible. And tank was not fully filled up. So once there is a tilting of the ship, then it couldn't be restored. I mean, the ship cannot be really get back, right? Who actually pushes? I mean, it's not really ready. The ship wasn't ready to embark. Who actually pushed it? The ship to embark? Ms. O? Okay. I cannot really recall every detail, but from my understanding, and as far as I remember to the best, the students were standby. They stood by, and the climate was really got worse. So they were ordered to get off. And if the ship were not able to embark, then maybe they would use the other buses, other transportations. And that was the plan B of the school. But in early morning, the fog was started disappearing. So representatives of the school were asked about if they were willing to take on the ship to take a school trip. So they had to determine. And the ship company and travel agency and schools made a collective decision about the embarking of the ship. And that's as far as I remember.
질문자 계시.
And let me get one more question. If there's no question, let me ask my question. Okay, as Kim Nami said, we need a standing investigation committee, and one of the presenters also mentioned about the importance of the standing investigation committee. Previous investigation committees or investigative bodies, because of the political reasons, their directions were sometimes unfavorable. And then what should we do? I mean, to establish a standing committee for investigation? This is a rather difficult question. We need to think of why do we need an investigation committee? Yes, we need an investigation committee to prevent or the recurrence of to prevent the similar disasters or recurrence of the similar disasters. So investigative body. Yes, we need such kind of investigative body to fulfill the goal. So we should look at the roles and responsibilities of that will be assigned to the Standing Investigation Committee. I mean, based on the several disaster investigation committee, we had different subcommittees, and each subcommittee was independent. To come up with more substantial content, we need to link the operations and activities of each subcommittee. However, it was not possible. Some of the actions or the activities of subcommittees were not linked closely. We always try to avoid the political kind of political theory. However, in our society, there is some kind of tendency. Then how we can overcome the conventional tendency in our society? Yes, that led to the limitations of the previous committees. So further discussions should be made socially, I mean, to build a social consensus, I think. The reason why I strongly want a establishment of the standing committee.
Well, one of the causes of the Litaewon is the organizational culture. So manual systems could be an issue, but it's not all. There was a very systematic response measures, but the reason that the disaster occurred is because of the culture and the human being and the people. And they just follow practice, and they say we didn't have any ideas about the work and the job and the manuals and so on and so forth. And that kind of organizational culture cannot be resolved in 1 or 2 years. That's why we need a standing committee, a standing body to figure out the root causes of the disasters, so that we can have and we can take unlimited time if need be. Thank you.
끝내야 되나요?
Okay, we should, yes, we have some time until 30. For your information, today's symposium is broadcast live online. So if you have any questions, please upload your questions to the YouTube channel. Any question?
I have a question to Choi Hee-chun. And he actually mentioned the limitation of the Social Disaster Commission. The general public have no idea, little idea about what's going on in the Social Disaster Commission indeed. Well, is there any way to boost up interactions between the Social Disaster Commission and the general public? If they do so, then they could have received some feedback from the general public, and also they could have made more accomplishments. So here's my question. My question actually should go to Ms. Omine, if possible. Is it actually guaranteed by the laws, possibly? So for example, interactions between the commission and the public should be mandatory under a law. We can make it happen. We can set up a sort of legal ground. Or is it impossible for any law to mandate the interaction between the commission and the general public? Yes, you have your own experiences, so that's why you ask this question. Yes, I think it is a little difficult and challenging for a specific law to give some influences and pressure to each manual and operating manuals of subcommittees. But maybe a law can state or stipulate that yes, the laws cannot really make sure any detailed and specific manuals and operational ways. So when forming a commission, we can make sure that interactions between the general public and the commission are mandated and so on and so forth.
네, 질문
Okay, one more question. I have a question to Ms. O, Lawyer O. Basic Act on Disaster and Safety in the course of enacting the law. Okay, I think this question is relevant to the Basic Act on the Life and Safety. If you are going to establish a standing committee, the standing committee, to which act do you think the standing committee should be subject to? The operation of the standing committee should be subject to receive some budget for the operation of the standing committee, even if it is an independent committee. It should be governed by or controlled by a certain administration, certain organization. So the question goes to Ms. O, Lawyer O. I have not contemplated yet on this issue. I also agree that we need to establish a standing committee according to a relevant law to guarantee the independence of the standing committee. We will need to, I think, clarify which laws will be the governing law, for the operation of the committee. But that has not been clarified yet. But some required budgets have been reviewed. I think the budgets and the governing law can be discussed further. Sorry, I cannot give you a clear answer to the question yet. So one more question. Let me add my comment.
So as for the Social Disaster Investigation Commission, it doesn't belong to the National Assembly or the governmental agencies because it was formed by the special law. So what we put such a standing committee or bodies, it really depends on situations. But where it belongs to doesn't really matter. Rather, the independence and transparency should be guaranteed and mandated by the law. In the United States, there is a presidential committee, and the members' tenure and are all just guaranteed, and the way that they operate the commission are so much autonomous. And their freedom, their autonomy is all guaranteed by the government as well, although it's under the presidential office.
짧게
Okay, we'll get one more. The last question due to the limited time. Okay, please make your question brief. So making a standing special investigation committee can be quite difficult, I think, thinking of our expectation, high expectation. Moon Jae-in administration pledged to make such kind of standing committee. However, the administration failed. And the Social Disaster Committee, yes, suggested some ideas, but those ideas were not reflected by or accepted by the National Assembly. As far as I know, there is no some powerful standing investigation committee in other countries as well. So I wonder what kind of roles it can be played by the standing committee if it is not powerful enough. So my question is, so ruling party and opposition parties, they can recommend some members of the standing committee. If we have some politically significant matter, the politicians will be quite sensitive, especially in recommending the members of the committee, and this can be controversial. So to raise the efficiency of investigation, whether it is about the structural reasons or it is about the legal responsibilities, do you think any kind of better way? Do you have any relevant wisdom? Yes, it was a quite long question.
I think we have to think further about that. So we have to continue to think about it. The way that the investigative body is operating is something that we have to take at this moment, and we have to improve one by one. And that's why we need some experiences. So civil society has to be a watchdog, and also we have to communicate with the public and also the government as well. And for the standing committee or bodies, there might be a fundamental limitations, of course. That's because of the change in perspective. And Ms. Kim also mentioned a culture. For example, Hurricane Katrina. After that disaster, the natural disaster, the Congress actually made a report on it. And one of the contents says like DHS became an umbrella of the FEMA. But there was an issue. The FEMA was a natural disaster dedicated body, but DHS is actually put a priority on terror. So as FEMA was under the DSI, now the confusion was brought about. And the FEMA is actually directly under the presidential office, and that was directly connected to the presidential office. But because of the DSI, it had to go through the DSI, another organization, to get to the presidential office. So the relationship and the connection with the presidential office is declining because of that. So they asked and they push it to change the organization and to make a investigative body and also the organizational change. We need some culture of such. Yes, there might be some limitations, but we still need a standing committee. And recently, they are saying the lack of accomplishment of the Social Disaster Commission, and they say it's because of there was no separation between the punishment and investigation. Well, about it, and they say it should be viewed from the social perspective. But in terms of disaster, we are so much lagging behind the advanced countries. I think the fundamental reason comes from the trust. The United States has the history of a trust. As Ms. O said, well, in Korean society, there is a constant obstacles laid by the government. And do you really think that we can make a better and more accomplishment if the punishment investigation was separated? I don't think so, because there is a certain obstacles anyways. And I'm not saying that we have to benchmark it. We just to follow the other countries' practices. Rather, we have to localize it maybe. But anyways, we need a better system and better culture of society. So we are behind the schedule. But if there is anybody who really want to say something, then please. Okay. The special commission's activity is just about to start, and then we actually moved the memorial site to another place, and then we need your eyes and solidarities and your attention. So from now onward as well, just like up to now, I hope you will continue to give us attention and support.
10년을
Thank you. Since April 16th of 2014, yes, we have promised that to remember all the disasters. All the disaster scene and the facts relevant to the disaster. But why are we still seeing some recurrence of disasters? to make a safer society, we should remember and we should value safety and the truth of the disaster. Okay, this concludes session 3. Thank you very much.
있습니다.
Thank you so much. Ms. Sungil Kim and Nami Kim and Mine Oh and Hee-chan Che and all the audiences who asked the questions. So thank you so much for your active participations. The discussion was really meaningful. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another big round of applause. Okay, I guess that you should be hungry. Now it's time for lunch. So we will now take a moment to organize the venue and provide you with information about the lunch break. We would like to guide you to the affiliated restaurants available for lunch. The affiliated restaurants are listed in the leaflet, so please be sure to check it. Please also review the instructions for using the coupons. The coupon you received upon entry is the meal ticket valid for use on the 21st. Each affiliated restaurant has different menu options. Please refer to the leaflet for detailed information. Presenters, panelists, discussants, and chairpersons of each session will have lunch at a separate location. Please move to the designated area by prepared car with the guide. And the car is standby on your right hand side once you go out. So prepare the car is parked on the left hand side once you go out. After the lunch break, we're going to have the lunch break by 1 p.m. And then we're going to have presentations and discussions for session 4 and 5. So please make sure you return back before by 12:55 p.m. So enjoy your meal and have a pleasant lunch break. We'll see you shortly.
네, 잠시 후 10분 뒤인 1시부터 네 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다.
In 10 minutes from 1:05, session 4 will begin. Please come to the hall and take your seat. All the discussed from home and abroad, please take your seat. Session 4 will begin at 1:05. At 1:05. Thank you.
There can be miracles when you believe. Though hope is frail, it's hard to kill. Who knows what miracles you can achieve when you believe. Somehow you will. You will when you believe. In this time of fear, when prayer so often proves in vain, hope seems like the summer birds too swiftly flown away. Yet now I'm standing here, my heart so full I can't explain, seeking faith and speaking words I never thought I'd say. There can be miracles when you believe. Though hope is frail, it's hard to kill. Who knows what miracles you can achieve when you believe. Somehow you will. You will when you believe. And when you're blinded by your fate, can't see your way clear through the rain, a small but still resilient voice says hope is very near. When you believe, though hope is frail, it's hard to kill. Oh, you can achieve when you believe. Somehow you will, somehow you will. Now you will. When you
네, 이제 곧 오후 세션을 시작할 예정입니다.
The afternoon session is about to begin. All the distant guests outside the hall, please take your seat. Please come inside our hall and take your seat. Session 4 will begin at 1:05. At 1:05. Please come inside our hall and take your seat.
True, you ride the finest horse I have ever seen. Standing 16, 1 or 2, with eyes wild and green. And you ride the horse so well, hands light to the touch. I could never go with you no matter never go with you no matter how I wanted to. Right on. See you. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to.
When you ride into the night without a trace behind, run your claw along my gut one last time. Turn to face an empty space where you used to lie, and look for the spark that lights the night through the teardrops in my eyes. Right on, see you. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to. Right on, see you. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to. Right on, see you. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to. Right on, see you. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to. I could never go with you no matter how I wanted to. I've met some folks who say that I'm a dreamer.
네, 여러분 오후 세션 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Let us start the afternoon session. Did you enjoy your lunch? I heard the pizza here is quite delicious, so I tried the pizza. The pizza was more expensive than I expected. It was over the 10,000 Korean won. So I used 2 coupons with my colleagues to enjoy the pizza. So I think we have good people. I communicated with some of the participants, and then I was able to share some tragic stories and then listen to your opinions and some views from different countries. So afternoon session is about 10 years after the Sewol ferry disaster, changes and challenges in Korean society. Sewol ferry disaster, yes, led to a serious trauma throughout our society. However, the Sewol ferry disaster led to deep scars, but it also heightened the awareness of safety and led to institutional changes. So in this session, renowned experts will provide in-depth analysis based on the latest research results and practical experiences, focusing on how Korean society has changed over the years and what challenges still remain. We look forward to your active participation and questions. We hope you find this session informative and valuable. Professor Ho Young Lee from the National Assembly Training Institute at Kaohsiung. They will now present on the topic Changes in Korean Society After the Sewol Ferry Disaster, focusing on laws and institutions. This presentation will analyze the major amendments to safety and disaster-related laws from 2014. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think I'm such a wonderful person. As you might know, I have been one of the members for the Social Disaster Special and Investigative Commission, so I can see some familiar faces here today, especially the victim families. Okay, now I'm going to make a presentation regarding the laws, the history of the laws and related acts. And acts and laws, it seems like just the following what's going on in reality. You might say then the ownership was formed under the law, and that has made a great impact on capitalism. So the law is actually one step ahead of the reality, but I don't think so. It's actually the other way around. But if there's no demand for ownership, then there's no law regarding ownership. So I guess laws and acts and regulations are just one step following the reality and the demand. But the reason that I'm saying this is because I would like to tell you about this. Thinking of safety, unfortunately, the Korean society has gone through many disasters, and only after disasters can we have seen some reform in laws and regulations. Well, those from other countries might not even imagine a huge break of Seongsu Bridge, which is at the center of Seoul. So after that, a safety measure-related law regarding infrastructure was enacted. And then you might not even imagine foreigners at the downtown of Seoul, a very huge building, which is a department building, collapsed, which is called the Sampung Department Store. And after that, the Disaster Management Act was enacted. In 2003, a Daegu subway was burned. And after that, now people get to think about the problems of the laws and systems. And then the framework on the disaster and safety management was enacted in 2013. So disaster has been a trigger to laws and regulations because that has raising some voices. And then, but despite these efforts, the Sewol Ferry disaster occurred in 2014, and that shocked the entire Korean society. But I don't think Korean society put a priority on safety. I mean, yes, the Sewol Ferry disaster was an evidence that Korean society was still immune to disasters. I mean, didn't really put a priority on safety. So since 2014, over the past decade, a safety and disaster-related laws and regulations have gone through some changes. So in my presentation today, I'm going to tell you about how many changes were brought about. And looking at the presentation material, you will realize the research of laws might be really challenging because up to what extent we can say that it is related to safety. Looking at the law system, we do have 15 laws in the Disaster Management Act, and we do have 3 others in Disaster Rescue Act. It looks many. Already in 1994, according to a research, a total of 72 was coded as the safety-related laws and regulations. So, for example, architecture and construction relations, firefighting system, energy use, transportation, and other dangerous substances management, and so on and so forth. 30 years ago already, there was a total of 72 safety-related laws. And after that, in 2010, in a academic symposium, a total of 128 laws were coded as safety-related laws. And that figure, that statistics was coded by a Korean staff, a researcher of the Korean government-sponsored organization. So we do have safety laws of these many safety laws. And also we have a safety and health related laws, and it is included in the Act on Punishment of Serious Accidents. And what is safety and health related laws and where it is applied? And there are 10 examples in the Ministry of Labor. And in one labor firm, according to them, 76 were presented as a safety and health related laws. So we have as many as 72, over 100, and so on and so forth. And that's why we have to maybe confine and categorize the directly safety related laws. So I gave my focus on Sewol Ferry disaster related laws and regulations. So disaster response laws should be a focus of the Sewol Ferry disaster management, I think. So maybe framework should be a good example. So I would go to the framework, Act on Disaster and Safety Management, as well as marine framework on the marine safety management. And at the same time, the Act on the Serious Accident. So I'm going to walk you through those 3 basic laws, which is a framework on safety and disaster and marine and management and so on and so forth. And also I'm going to tell you about the challenges ahead of us. Okay, like I said, the first one is about the framework, Act on Disaster and Safety Management. And you see, as you can see here in the subtitle, I would tell you about how the authority was changed according to the changes in the Framework Act, and also what kind of support for victims were brought about into our society. And also we have seen some new establishment of laws, so I'm going to touch upon them too. First and foremost, like I said, Framework Act on Disaster and Safety Management was created in 1995 after Sampoong Department Store collapse. Afterwards, it was reorganized into the Basic Act on Disaster and Safety Management in 2004. In 1995, at the time of the collapse of the Samsung Department Store, as you may know through TV and other media outlets, there was no controls from the government because we didn't have any legal ground or legal framework. So entertainers and celebrities formed a sort of volunteers groups, and they actually searched lives and bodies and those who are alive around Samsung department store, the site of the collapse. You remember it. What it means is that we didn't have any framework institutions regarding safety management, and that has influenced the society so far. The reason that we set up this is because we had too many disaster and safety related laws, and then we had to integrate those many laws and regulations. Then what happened after 2014 when the Seoul ferry disaster occurred? First off, right after the Seoul ferry disaster occurred, as you may remember, the government didn't do anything. So then administration of Park Geun-hye identified the causes from the response safety organizations, and they started forming new organizations, and one of them is the Ministry of the Public and Safety and Security. And then they also asking the Korean Coast Guard, and they just removed the jobs and roles of the Korean Coast Guard in terms of safety in marine and ocean areas. So the Ministry of the Public and Safety integrated the roles of the role of the Korea Coast Guard. And at the time of the disaster, the Prime Minister became the head of the Ministry of the Safety and the Public. Now think about this. At the time of the Seoul ferry disaster, the Ministry of the Interior and Safety has to set up a task force team. But that disaster was huge. So it involves many other ministries, including the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Ocean and Fishery. So it was a little hard for one specific ministry to control everything. And that's why the Prime Minister is allowed to be the head and the head of the Ministry of the Public Safety and Securities. And also, the regulation says that the head of the National Fire Agency can also work as one of the commanders in any disasters. But the disaster occurred because of the organizations? No, I don't think so. Because we already had a sort of a system of the command. We do have some framework, and that was agreed at the international level as well, and we ratified it. So we did have some regulations and laws, but they just didn't do it. They didn't do their jobs. But anyways, we set up a new domestic organization, or reorganization, I would say. And then they are the Ministry of the new Ministry of the Public and Safety and Securities are supposed to submit a white paper after any disasters, and April 16 was designated as the National Day of Disaster. And in 2016, the government established and operated a disaster safety communication network. This part was an issue of the Seoul ferry disaster, and that actually became another. I mean, it was again an issue of the Itaewon disaster as well. So in 2016, anyways, a disaster safety communication network was mandated, and also they provided some trainings, and they set up a training plan. They have been so busy setting up new laws, and in 2017, they also established and managed and operate a functional continuity plan in preparation for disaster situations. So core functions should be set in advance before any disasters, and also they have to continue to manage them, and that should be planned. And this kind of plan comes from the United States system, and the Korean government benchmarked it, and that was mandated in the law, but it didn't really work. So later, the law had to be changed a little bit, just as a side talk. And then in the Ministry of the Public Safety and Security has been removed in 2017, and then the Ministry of the Interior and Safety became an integral ministry of all disaster-related measures and ministries. And also, in May 2019, a cruise ship sank on the Danube River in Budapest, Hungary. Disasters occurring abroad cannot be intervened by the Korean government directly. So under this law, we put an article to send and dispatch our staff to other countries. So in this case, for the sinking of the cruise in Hungary, we coordinated this accident with the Hungarian government. And also, there was another revision in December 3rd, 2019. And then it says the personal information, travel pathways, and location information of disaster victims can be opened to the competent organizations upon request. And the COVID-19 pandemic broke out. So in 2020, there was another revision of the Framework Act on Disaster and Safety Management. So when the Prime Minister exercised the authority of the Chief of the Central Disaster and Safety Countermeasures Headquarters, the heads of the central administrative agencies designated by the Prime Minister jointly become the deputy heads with the Minister of the Interior and Safety. And also the Minister of the Health and Labor can work as the deputy heads as well. And the director of the Regional Emergency Rescue Control Team may prioritize actions in case requiring urgent responses such as rescue of lives and emergency measures, and then notify the receptive mayor, county mayor, or district mayor. The reason that I emphasize this is because this article reminds me of the Itaewon disaster, because in the Itaewon disaster, they didn't do anything. All those responsible didn't do anything. So in 2022, the law was again revised in a way to include a constitutional court, the National Election Commission, and so on and so forth, as responsible bodies. And in 2023, there was another revision, and that was about the request to the telecommunication business operators. They are supposed to provide access information to base stations in a specific area under this revised law. And then after the Itaewon disaster, on December 26, 2023, the law was again revised, and it says allow the Minister of the Interior and Safety to request the head of the Disaster Management Agency to establish and operate a central accident management headquarters. Well, the accident was supposed to be dealt with under the Ministry of the Interior and Safety for Itaewon disaster, but the minister didn't do his job. And he made an excuse that there was no clear boundary between the ministry and the disaster management agency. So that's why the law started stipulating that the Minister of the Interior and Safety can request the head of the Disaster Management Agency to establish and operate a Central Accident Management Headquarters. And this is after the disaster in Itaewon. The site of the disaster was in the neighborhood and nearby the police station. So it should be really easy for them to notice what's going on there, but they didn't really do any actions. And the following pages refer to revisions after 2024. Let me skip those pages. And as for the support for victims, some articles were added to this Framework Act. And this is about strengthening of safety, the support for the strengthening the safety vulnerable people, including children, elderly people, and people with disabilities. And in 2019, it says that information should be open if it is about safety. And then in 2023, according to the revised Framework Act, the small business owners became the subject to National Treasury subsidies. And in 2020, in December, the scope and the range of the safety and disaster vulnerable group was expanded, and that includes small and small business owners and all others, like because of the heat waves. You know, it is really hot in summer, and there is a certain neighborhood with small slate-built houses, and there's no support measures mandated under the law. So this article was included in the Framework Act. And for human rights violations was also added to the Framework Act. So some ideological concept was added here in the Framework Act. And then the scope of disasters became extensive now. For example, in 2016, fall and collision of natural space objects such as asteroids and meteoroids are added to the scope of natural disasters. And like I said, heat waves was added as a disaster, and also fine dust was one of the disasters now. And new laws and regulations were established. So when I evaluate such safety and disaster-related laws, we have seen many changes in the laws, and new laws were established as well. But there are still loopholes in the laws, as we can see from the Itaewon disaster. And also we have to change the system per se of the law. The safety management and disaster response are so much mixed up, so it sounds really confusing. Safety, they have to put a clear boundary between different category. It seems like I am a little behind the schedule, so let me quickly wrap up my presentation in 2 minutes. And I'm going to just touch upon some core contents. So for the rest of the presentations, you may refer to the booklet. Regarding the Framework Act on the Maritime Safety, in 2023, this Framework Act was enacted, but there was a similar law before then, but we have new law, a Framework Act on the Maritime Safety. And what kind of changes were made there? Well, this Framework Act was prevention-oriented now, and to that end, under the law, they are supposed to introduce a designation system for acts on the maritime safety businesses. And then, supervisor system is also introduced under this law. And the supervision and the entry and going out has been more tightened. And relevant laws have been established. There was a cooperation of the maritime safety. And with this cooperation, the public nature of this maritime safety has been strengthened, and that applies to the marine sports activities as well. But they are lacking the staffing, including supervisors, and the authority of the supervisors should be strengthened. And regarding the maritime search, there was a change in the law. As you understand, the Korean Coast Guard was not able to search for those in need of rescue. So that's why the law was tightened up a little bit. So we have gone through many occupational and industrial disasters, and to improve the situations, some other acts were enacted in a manner of the prevention-oriented. For example, act on search and rescue on the water. Now, those responsible is asked about responsibility and accountability tighter than before. And in relation to Sewol Ferry disaster, special laws were enacted, have been enacted, and we have seen specific limitations that there, very unfortunately, and about how to get it over is very important, and that will make an impact on the special law or any activities in relation to Itaewon disaster. So other investigative bodies should talk about this. Rather than taking some follow-up measures right after disasters, we have to prevent disasters from occurring. And as for the support laws for the Sewol Ferry disaster, have been influenced other support laws for other disasters. For example, Pohang earthquake and Itaewon disaster were influenced out of the support law in relation to Sewol Ferry. And making up this presentation material, I read this sentence. The power to define safety and instability is closely related to the exercise of political power and governance. Sewol Ferry disaster is very significant because after that, the victims' families and citizens start talking about safety, and that has been a trigger to raise voices regarding safety. Laws were established, but to make it effective, I guess that citizens should be more engaging themselves into the safety-improved society. Thank you so much. I'm sorry my presentation was too lengthy.
네, 법 제도 안에
Thank you very much. Within the legal framework, there can be some justice that we are pursuing for victims. What would be the scope of the victims that we can define throughout the multiple disasters? Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on this topic. Please give him a big hand once again. This is session 4. Let me invite the second speaker of session 4. Our second speaker is Junchol So, a lecturer from Chungnam National University's Department of Sociology. He will present on the topic After the Social Disasters, Privatization to Responsibility in South Korea, exploring the historical pathway of the Sewol Ferry disaster. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you.
실물이랑 다르죠.
Yes, my photo look a bit different from my real face, right? I am Junchol So. Actually, this is my first research on Sewol Ferry. Before, I studied some poor people living in the urban area. So this was my new area for research. So actually, it has been almost 30 years since the collapse of Seongsu Bridge, and I wanted to compare the disaster with the Sewol Ferry disaster. And I wondered some pathways, of multiple disasters, starting from the early 1990s until now. So I found some tendency. And I was able to compare the previous disaster that occurred between the 1960s and 1970s and the disasters afterwards. So based on my research, I have prepared this presentation. We always ask, where is the state? What would be the roles or responsibilities of the state? So to the question, I hope that my presentation can help. The point I'd like to say to you is that how we can look at Sewol Ferry. After the Sewol Ferry disaster, we have witnessed a diverse effort, a wide range of efforts for archiving. So through Sewol Ferry disaster, through Sewol, yes, my research actually started with Sewol Ferry. Sewol Ferry disaster was a disaster that provided us a good opportunity to look back previous disasters, to look back previous dangers and risks, and to look back the pathways of the disasters. Each disaster is not separated. We can link those series of disasters in our society. We can see some pressure of our society and the roles of the state and the relations between the state and the society. These are all the goals of my research. So I'd like to look at the pathway of multiple disasters from a historical perspective. When we talk about disasters, I think the disasters that I'm talking about can be considered social disasters. Like it is, this kind of social disasters are called incidents or accidents. The disasters, when we analyze the disasters, we can divide the time frame and the timelines before disaster, during disaster, after disaster. And for each phase, yes, we have different steps, like prevention or preparation, response, and recovery. And the actors involved in the disasters can be divided into three groups, like perpetrator, victims, and the state. Then what is the role of the state? Is it perpetrator or it is a victim? We presume, in many cases, we presume the state is a perpetrator, but this is not always the case. then what is the role of the state in the Korean society? The Michel Foucault mentioned about the urban mentality. In the midst of disaster, the state is the one to save as many people as possible. That would be the existential meaning of the state. Then, after disaster, the state is the one who can restructure the previous disaster itself. The Schneider. This scholar mentioned about privatization of conflict. When we have a certain issue, we have seen some limitations of the disaster. Some interested groups or those who have power in our society, they try to make disasters. They try to privatize the disasters because of their own interest, without showing their roles. They want to go through the privatization process. So in that sense, the title of my presentation is After Disaster, Post-Disaster. This kind of procedures are made after disasters. So the key point over here is that how the state can privatize disasters. Then why does the state want to privatize the disasters? What is the structure of the A state? Currently, I'm studying sociology, but I studied the international relations in university. At the time, I learned the theory of war. Actually, the war is quite similar to disaster. We always analyze war before war, during war, and after war. After the war, we try to chronically, the timing of the war, the time frame of the war, before, during, and after war, that we call a justified war. I will be able to share the detailed information if we need. So during the course of war, or after the war, then what the winner is going to do? First, recover to the previous state. Second, compensation. And third, rehabilitation. And fourth, war crime trials. So we can apply these procedures to the several very disaster case. I think disaster management, the actual phase of disaster management is quite similar to the management of war. Reconstructing the disaster itself, the reconstruction process of the disaster itself is quite similar to that of war. In the case of several disaster, we found in some of these procedures. Okay, after disaster, we need to physically recover the state, and next step is compensation and indemnification, and the social recovery of the victims and perpetrators, and the last course is criminal trials. And in the case of war, of course, the defeated country should compensate, should make a compensation. But in the case of social disaster, the state is the one who leads the recovery process. In many cases, the state underscores the disaster recovery process. Through the disaster recovery process, will it be all possible, to return to the previous state 100%? And the state also underscores the responsibilities to compensate. At this point, the reflection required by the state can be erased. And next step, since the 1970s, the state has been responsible for managing and preventing the disasters. However, in the case of some issues with the state was able to recover the problems or its own issues through the recovery process. And another question can be the state can be free from the criminal charge. In most cases, in most social disaster cases, the state cannot be free from the responsibilities, accountabilities. However, through a procedure, the state leads recovery process, and sometimes it's separate from itself from the disaster itself. It is like reconstructing the older procedure to privatize the disaster. So I think in some way Korea has been in the disaster status for a long period of time. The state's responses to several disasters was quite similar from the previous response back in 1970s. Yes, they went through the privatization process. I summarized some of the disasters occurred in Korea, starting from the 1970s. Between the 1960s and 1970s. I also referred to some academic paper by Yu Hae-jung. We can classify the 4 types of pathways. But sadly, I cannot remember all of these disasters that occurred between the 1960s and 70s. Yes, all of these disasters were forgotten. Why is that? During the process of the response to the disasters, yes, the state always appears as a control tower. Regardless of the size or the scale of the disaster. And the disaster is defined as chaos. And the disaster became, the state wanted to make the disaster a cannibal. And then some conflict with the bereaved families occurred. And the third step, the state wanted to play as a manager as well as a judge. It is a contradiction. And the last step, the state points out the responsible body and it tries to separate itself from the responsibility. Simply put, please refer to the table over here. Okay, response and recovery fields. In the course of responses, the state appears as a manager, and there will be victims, and then there will be the bereaved families, and the perpetrators would be some commissioned organizations. And in the course of a recovery, perpetrators will be the target. Will be subject to punishment, and the victims and bereaved families. There can be some conflict among the bereaved families. And in this course, the state, yes, the desperate wants to close the disaster cases, and it wants to serve as a judge for its own interest. So historically, I can summarize like this. As a manager, okay, the state, yes, we witness the role of the state from the colonized era to the 1950s. So state social mobilization process can be found, it was found at the time. And then after 1960s, through the modernization process, social disaster, the concept of social disaster emerged, like because of the deaths from the car accident or wars. And the Disaster Relief Act was enacted during this period. And there was a car accident in Changil-dong-so in the 1977. It was caused by the enlargement of the roads. And that was the beginning point to start about the prevention of disaster by the state. And in the 1990s, many institutional systems were created. And the current framework of compensation in the civil and criminal acts were stipulated. But even after this, yes, we have seen other types of social disasters on and on. And how has the state expressed the disaster? Disaster is often called the state of enemy. But even in the state of enemy, there can be some rules. Of course, the state indicates the collapse of the ordinary rules. However, its own rules and regulations will apply at some point, even in the state of enemy. So that is why the disaster can be compared to a carnivore. The state can be a perpetrator, and the state then will be in a situation to convert itself to a final appeal. Between the interest of the state and between the privatization process of the state, the bereaved families, they need to be positioned. So in most cases, the disaster management process was like a carnival process. So for the interest of the state made its own rule for the carnival, and it led to some conflicts among the bereaved families. In the Namhyung-ho disaster in 1970s, the police suggested compensation, and it induced some conflict among the bereaved families. In the case of Soe Ferry disaster, yes, the government made the victims perpetrators. I already said that we need to consider the cases of previous, the disasters, especially the previous bereaved families. Those bereaved families of the bereaved families of the previous disasters. Some spying on the families or inducing conflict among the families. And the main perpetrator, Kim Hyun-hee, he was acquitted. Then, when and how the state emerges or appear as a judge. In 1967, an airplane, there was a crash between the airplane and a ship. So, Navy was a perpetrator, and the ordinary citizens were the victims. And the bereaved families, yes, they were the victims. At the time, it was reported on the media outlets. The Navy said that it was the fault of the Hanil ship, and the victims, they said that because the ship itself was too fast, they could not evade the collision. So only some of those responsible, the officers of the ship company, were found guilty. However, during the discussion on compensation, there was a new discussion on the Common Illegal Act. So for the first time in 1975, the state identified the Hanil as a party who is jointly responsible. From this case, we can find that the state can manipulate its power for its own interest. Yes, the state is the one who can select its position in the aftermath of the disaster. And in responding to the disaster, how the state can separate itself from the matter, from the disaster in the 1970s. It is quite interesting. In a matter of 1 year, the 3 disasters occurred. In April of the year, in 1970, the Wow apartment collapsed. To provide some housing for poor people as fast as possible. Okay, this kind of trial led to collapse of the apartment. The high-ranking officials were killed at the time. And the low-ranking officials, yes, they were penalized. And October of the same year, Mosan disaster. A high express bus with some students, hit a train. That was the biggest school trip disaster before Seoul Ferry disaster. So the ministers of the transportation and culture, they wanted to resign. However, it was returned. Those resignation slips were returned. And to pay compensation to the bereaved families, the state raised some funds, received some contributions. And the last one is Namhyong ship sinking in December of the year. At the time, the rescue system was so poor, and the news on the incident actually was first aired in Japan, not in Korea. So, within a year, at the time, in 1970, we had 3 disasters, but only low-ranking officials, government officials, and the private players were found guilty. They were held accountable. So the victims were those deceased and bereaved families and the judge. And the perpetrators were the low-ranking officials and the private players. The problem here is that now the state can play 2 roles, perpetrator and judge. How we can check and balance such kind of contradiction? During a series of disasters, we can utilize the disasters and then only hold low-ranking people accountable. Then what kind of reflections were made by the state? We are already accustomed to the shape of the state trying to minimize condolence. And then, yes, the pathway have been repeated to privatize the disaster. Despite such efforts, such intentions of the state, the memory of the victims and bereaved families became public thanks to the efforts of the bereaved families. Let me summarize my presentation. We should not make the Sewol Ferry disaster a special disaster. It was the result of a series of disasters and series of historical pathways by the state for privatization of disasters. Only with the institutional systems we cannot problem this. We cannot correct these historical pathways. We should think of whether this is just an exercise of disciplinary techniques imposed as an example of punishment. In other words, it is necessary to check and balance the state appearance as the final instance body, and institutional improvement is meaningful, but it works as an effect of visualizing state. It is also necessary to move beyond institutional improvement to a society where the environment of the state is recognized and punished. There should be change into state and society that shares the notion that the fact-finding is not private interest, but public interest. Thank you very much, Mr. So.
Yes. It was Lecturer So Jun-chul, and he touched upon the after social disasters privatization to responsibility in South Korea. It was mentioned about the state as a perpetrator, but maybe the victims might be states because the state have lost so many valuable victims. So once the state takes themselves as a victim, maybe a true change can be brought about, I believe. I had an encounter of one of the participants at this symposium during the lunch break. We're talking about MZ and Gen Z, and such younger generations have gone through some disasters, including Sewol Ferry and Itaewon. And it seems like they do have some PTSD, just like the generation during war, and maybe because of that, they are very unique. And now we're going to talk about the youth, and then the speaker is Yesong Lee, a PhD candidate from the Department of Anthropology at Seoul National University. She will present on the topic A Decade After April 16, Differentiation of Victimhood in Youth and Reconstruction of the Concept of Growth. This presentation will examine the experiences of those who spent their youth in the aftermath of the Seoul Ferry disaster, identifying the process of differentiation of victimhood and victim identity. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I would like to make some side talk a little bit before the presentation, but it seems like I have to keep the time, so let me get to the point. I made additional comments on my presentation, so please refer to the screen. Today, I'm going to talk about 10 years after the Seoul Ferry disaster, differentiation of youth victimhood and reconstructing the concept of growth. I have a question about if it is appropriate for us to view the victims and the generation as the victim generation or with a framework of victimhood. So with a different perspective, we have to understand the concept of victim or victimhood, I believe. This is the research method, and then I would like to tell you about 3 identities of those victims who have gone through disasters during their youth and younger age. And also, we have to think about growth and the concept of the growth. And this is basically an ethnographic study. And from 2014, I have been paying attention to Seoul Ferry disaster. And those victims are now grown up. And they are still called 아이들, which means children. So the victim in the disaster of Seoul Ferry is quite clear, but on the other hand, it looks and it sounds really complicated. And as you can see, as media outlet categorize, there are some types of victims, or these types of victims and victimhood were under the special law of the Seoul Ferry disaster, and sometimes these types and categorization have been changing depending on the public views and also political landscape and so on and so forth. So this type and these categories are not really fixed one. It is quite flowing. And we have seen many concepts in relation to victims. And victims are basically a counterpart, stakeholders of that disaster. And victims are those who went through damage and loss. And their problems are the subject to be recovered and to be gotten over inside. And in outside, their damages should be compensated or indemnified. That what kind of victimhood that was given to youth who went through disasters during their younger age? The range of, the concept and the definition of youth is quite broad, and because I was asked about the question of the range, and when I say youth, it is basically just a little younger than adult. So it's more like before marriage. So period from student in middle and high schools to the point when they do not have physical and economic independence from parents and have not yet formed new family. And then I have seen the differentiation of victimhood in youth surrounding relations of kids.
에서는 뭐 생존 학생, 유가족 형제 자매 또는
So far, we have called them as our very generations, and they were all the surroundings and the relationship surrounding the kids and the victims of the Sarah Ferry are so many, including teachers and cohort and so on. So those who escaped from the ship, they were now identified as students and they were the subject to control. But before then, all those cohorts were not considered a specific category of being a student. So those students from the Sewol Ferry are waiting for the news of teachers and their classmates. And many of the victims were not able to make it to the funeral. And I have heard of some stories that they had to escape from the hospitals to attend the funerals of their friends. And they studied living in the trainees center, and they became a cohort. They studied together as a cohort of the victims, and they are distanced from their existing classmates, ironically. In the isolated areas as a new cohort, rather than study, they were forced to go to some interview sessions for their psychological stabilities, and such a control and intervention were made from the education authority, which was quite special. And they were called survivors cohort, and that was possible because they were students. That's what they say. But as a student, compared to other students, as a student, they were not able to be just students like other students having classmates, ironically.
면은 사고
Another distortion is that after the gesture, we can see the Daeron High School classroom. The students that were not isolated, they were like neglected at the time. School was not a space for teachers and students. It was a space of another chaos and conflict. Under the situations, under the circumstances, the students at the time were not protected well. They were not the subject, to pay tribute to or to pay condolences to the victims. However, spontaneously, students, they made a group memorial, the group remembrance to the victims. So these two pictures show what were the issues or agenda among the students at the time. So after, 1 year after the Sewol Ferry disaster, they gathered, to talk about these main agenda, about the roles of the students, the roles of the survivors, for the funeral, how they can provide the space for funeral. These were included at the time. when we have visitors to the funeral, then we should not use some stairs or ordinary spaces. And some of the you can see is that we should say hello to one another always. Yes, these were the main items discussed by the students. And being students, sometime there will be the end of being student. The Danon High Schoolers, those Danon High School students, some of them were afraid of the world after graduation. Their experience with the funeral graduation ceremony were somewhat distorted. And the survivors, the surviving students were strictly controlled. They were controlled by the education authority, and after graduation, they were controlled by the health authorities. They were considered the potential patients. On one side, they were considered students or children, but on the other side, they were considered other patients. Students and adolescents, they are the children of someone. The rights as parents are powerful in Korea. Everyone has had the opportunity to pay condolences in remembrance of the victims. However, to join the funeral, yes, some approval of the parents were needed, and then most of the decisions were made by the parents. So the right of the parents has the proxy right. They have the right to decide where the victims should be located. But some issues or some matters could have been decided, could have been made by the students. However, in most cases, for the funeral and condolence ceremony, the parents were the ones, who had the right to decide. So it led to some conflict of the parent groups, different parent groups. This can be similar but somewhat different. Influence as parents. Regardless of the victimhood, especially attitude of parents or support of the values by parents. Yes, these seriously affect in establishing the main concept of value for students. And their views to the world, their views to their life and society, and their identity as a victim. Without much knowledge, with this chaos, the impact of the parents were huge because they were isolated. So many students at the time, yes, received some questions. So why are you doing this? So students, yes, they receive support, full support from parents. However, you will experience some discrepancy in support as after graduation, after becoming an adult. So the economic situations can be intertwined and complicated. And ethical standards between the parent-children relations. This one matters, especially for those being remaining children. And those being children who were on the verge of being lost, and the ethical standards of those living in a dangerous world, they are forced to receive some guidelines of the parents. The parent and child relation is emphasized as an important relation, important primary relation. Okay, here's a message that I do not want to leave this hard work to my children. And another message is that after I die, I want the other children can continue the memorial. Listening to these messages from parents, I could not imagine the relations between siblings or brothers. It may distort or neglect sibling relations. From the stance of children, the parent is a supreme existence. And that frame, I think, affects too much of the relations, the actual relations. So in this structure, inside in this structure, if our child lose their loved ones, children that lose their loved ones, the relations with other family members should be interpreted different ways, like positions of siblings in the relations. As you can see on these pictures on the slide, these are some marks to remember the victims. After getting one's own house, they made this kind of special space to remember the victims. We can see their ethical concerns. This is the vestige of their trial to remember the victims, even if those victims were not their close friends. and university, special university admission. Students, okay, the adults, they are students, and they try their best to advance to university. This is a social norm. Even under the difficult times, social norm was emphasized. They were expected to return to school to continue their study to advance to universities. But that is why there were damages because of the disaster. That is why the special admission of university admission was publicly discussed. So during the process, the monitoring was conducted, and then the outcomes of the special university entrance exam were revealed, and they were considered beneficiaries. So inside the university, the several ferry is a topic to consume. Students will be understood as a subject for special admissions for university, and it also led to changes in conventional peer relations. When the survivors disclosed their in the high schools, after to their college students, some of those students responded positively, saying that you had a special experience. And yes, they faced some realistic problems, issues, like getting a job after graduation. They will lead life with the cerebral disaster. However, they will, of course, experience something new down the road. And university can be a good place to dream again. And university life can become the foundation for their life down the road. Let me summarize now my presentation because of limited time. So we looked at the damage. It's the identity of victimhood that led to severance of relations, and the students were forced to find their own positions. For the past 10 years since the disaster, whether or how they can make their voices heard, and as a person who experienced the disaster, what would be the new norm for their life? These are the questions they are asking themselves continuously. In a certain scope, the damage was underscored. For that scope, some linguistic expressions were overly made, and some relations were severed and created. Some cases were not made public, were not heard. So the experiences of those students at the time were understood as the concept frame of the damage. The conventional distortion were exaggerated. And being student and being a child and being a university student were in some way, in a way, were distorted and exaggerated. They went through the time of adjustment and adaptation. They did not want recognition and compensation. What they want is to find a new pathway and the way to express the disaster and to internalize the disaster. Rather than the entrenched damage, I use the term narrative. The disaster experience can be expressed and dealt with as a narrative. This is required the process, I think, for growth. Here's a message from a student that, okay, a person like me can grow well. I am proving this. A person like me here, this does not indicate she was the victim. A person like me means an ordinary person who experienced unusual disaster or some special disaster, special experience. And the possibility to redefine concept of growth. The new growth will be process-oriented, and the time frame is open, it is more flexible, and rather than being judged by the social norm, the growth should be judged by the internal factors. Thank you.
네, 이에서
Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Ms. Lee. The thing that we don't have to know, the thing that we don't have to burden, were all given to our children and kids. But that was not the fault of them. But they have been growing so independently on their own. So I would like to give my sincere and heartfelt support and cheers to them. So now we're going to talk about the general discussion. It seems like the previous three presentations were quite in depth and more than yesterday, right? So now we're going to have a discussion session right before the break, a coffee break. I'm going to introduce the chair and discussant. The chair of the fourth session is Chu Hyun Lim, and she is the co-executive chairperson of the 10th Cycle Committee of the Seoul for Disaster, and she currently serves as the executive director of the 416 Foundation and has previously served as the Secretary General of the 416 Foundation and the Secretary General of Ansan YWCA. And the designated discussant, Eun Jung-an, is a senior activist at the Dasan Human Rights Center and also serves as a non-standing human rights officer at the Gyeonggi-do Human Rights Center. So, ladies and gentlemen, please come up to the stage. We do have other discussants as well, Ho Young Lee, Jun Chol So, and Ye Sung Lee. I'm going to hand over the microphone. As kindly introduced, my name is Chuhyun Lim from the 416 Foundation. According to the schedule, this is actually a coffee break. I'm so sorry we are a lot behind the schedule. We have to reduce the time for a break. And maybe we are going to end the session a little later than the schedule. Now we're going to talk about the changes and challenges after the Sewol Ferry disaster. 10 years after the Sewol Ferry disaster. As the MC said, the presentation touched upon a broad range of topics and also in-depth insights. Then what kind of changes we have witnessed so far in more concrete manners? And in today's session, we had actually more in-depth discussions. So, and the first presentation was about laws and regulations, and the second was about pathways of the changes, and the last presentation was a little different from other presentations, which though we have to cover, we have to understand. So we have to think about the victimhood and the victims who went through such experiences during their youth. I guess you have many questions regarding these old topics. So while you are thinking of your own questions, we're going to have discussions as kindly introduced by the MC. We have Eun Jung-an, who is an activist with Dasan Human Rights Center. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Hello, I'm Eun Jung-an, activist of Dasan Human Rights Center. So we have listened to 3 presentations. Their topics over, I think, were enormous, quite meaningful. Then what we will need to do? Then let me talk about the challenges facing us. What then tasks we should take? I think after, of course, the Sewol Ferry disaster, we should look back our society. I think in 2 aspects I'd like to talk about this looking back process. First, what we have lost. Yeah, that is an important process, I think. The disaster has brought about a kind of a tragic time. We lost people. It's not just about the loss of life. We lost their time. Okay, if they had survived, they would live some different lives, meaningful lives. So we lost their lives, and the friends and the supporters or of the victims. What about their lives? And local residents of the affected area, for instance, Itaewon and Ansan. And because of the social disaster COVID-19, the schools actually literally stopped. No education process was made physically. That was the experience of loss. I'm not sure whether such kind of experience of loss was identified in our society, an opportunity to be sad, an opportunity to pay condolence and to remember the victims. In the process, yes, I witnessed some incapable government. Yes, in the process, I lost trust in the government, and I also witnessed some hatred and discrimination. We, in some cases, we lost solidarity with the victims. We did not have a process to heal such kind of scars in our society. I think all this slows down our process toward a safer society. So evaluation will be needed on what we have done so far and where we are now. So then first, what kind of changes have been made? Okay, the presentations were made about the legal and systemic changes since the disaster. The vacuum of the state was, yes, actually filled by the citizens. And to that end, a special act was enacted. Yes, that was the change of the world. As a subject, the victims and citizens Yes, they wrote down some changes, and that such kind of changes, that will be important social records. What were experiences? What were the changes, and then how the changes affected our society? And another one, evaluation and analysis process will be needed. After the disaster, we always saw that such kind of disaster became the main political topic, and it also isolated the state, also isolated the victims. That was the main basic attitude of the state and government. So beyond the loss of experience, if I fall victim to a social disaster, people now are thinking that I will not be better protected by the state or the government. So this is we are thinking that yes, I should protect myself. And this means that entire society is becoming indifferent to the harms of others, the sufferings of others, what we have lost, and what changes have been made. We should take stock of these to make a safer society. I'd like to make three suggestions. First, we should build a shared sense on the disaster. We need to build a shared and common social experience. When there is a social disaster, we should think it as one of my important matters. We need to freely talk about such kind of disaster happen. So when I joined, in this kind of conference or briefings, people always say that during the disaster, during the 4/16 disaster, I was doing something like that, and at the time, I was blah 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 like that. Yes, many people, citizens, they try to internalize that disaster moment. It will strengthen the solidarity among people. Several fire disaster, Itaewon disaster. We have a shared experience. We have a common experience. This can be a driving force to build a safer society. That would be the basic content of the basic act of the Life and Safety Act. And we should make multifaceted approach on the damage. First, we need to look at the damage from a life cycle perspective. Damage lasts. It does not end at the moment of disaster. So that's why the damage should be dealt with from a life cycle perspective. With a long breath, we should look at the damage, the effect of damage throughout the life. And in the social process, it should be researched and studied more. And the second multifaceted approach on the damage is that to widen the scope of victims and to strengthen support for them. In the case of Itaewon disaster, we had the victims, survivors, and rescuers. I'd like to talk about the rescuers. Yes, Itaewon disaster, yes, it occurred on the street. So citizens were involved to rescue people. And those citizens, yes, experienced trauma. Such trauma and such subsequent damage should be researched and studied, especially the trauma of rescuers. And not only rescuers, we should redefine the survivors, and we should think about what kind of support is needed for survivors. In the case of Osong disaster, the fact-finding report was made by citizens. The concept of survivors are not stipulated in the ordinances of the local governments, so that hindered the compensation process of the survivors. So that should be corrected. And the third multifaceted approach for victims is that there can be more vulnerable people. With the revision of the relevant act, the society talked about the vulnerable people. Rather than just vulnerable people, we should look at the vulnerable conditions. So, because of the poor housing during the heavy rain, yes, there was a disaster. So vulnerable conditions should also be reviewed. For remembrance and condolences, the entire society should make an effort. It is not just a matter of the victims or the survivors. It is a matter of entire society. How the society provide support for the victims, it will directly impact the recovery process. In previous disasters, the victims were isolated and there was we witnessed the absence of public support. COVID-19, it was a social disaster. About 30,000 people died at the time, but there was no public remembrance ceremony, memorial ceremony. For that point, we need to evaluate that point. We should bring the memorial, the necessity of the memorial as an important social agenda. Let me tell you, before wrapping up, let me tell you the two personal changes in my life. In Gyeonggi province, the Gyeonggi province is now preparing the ordinance on disaster prevention. I think the ordinances or the regulations of local government should be revised because the local governments or the local provinces can be the affected area of next disasters. And then the local governance should be established under the support of the local governments, of course, with the participation of citizens. So through these tasks, with these tasks and stories, I think we can make a better, safer society. Thank you.
She actually was trying to get the hint from me, maybe because of the time constraint. And thank you so much for such an insight in a short time. And she mentioned a multifaceted research and the role of the engagement of citizens. And now we're going to take questions from the floor. And I guess that you may have many questions or comments. Okay, over there. Yes, Seung Park, the chairman. Can I ask a question? Not standing up. I have a question to Lee Ho-young. Yes, you said there has been so many changes in laws and regulations. And the civil society asked a question regarding the redefinition of victims. And victims were defined from our perspective as someone who lost their rights and how we can recover the rights for the victims. And as an agent, which is a being that holds a rights to be recovered. Do you have any good examples or practices that we can benchmark? Or the scope of victims have been mentioned, but there was no mentioning of definition of victims and also the victims as an agent. Han In-jung also mentioned the ordinance as well, but the victims as a citizen and citizen holding a right and their human rights as well. Can you please elaborate on that? Oh, I didn't really expect you to ask a question, actually. So. And so regarding the support for the victims, I briefly mentioned it in my presentation. Yes, the Framework Act on the Safety and Disaster, that was revised in January 2024, and that started describing the accountabilities of the state. So for disasters and accidents, when the state is dealing with the remainings of the after disasters, the state has to take on accountabilities to support the victims and not to violate the human rights of the victims. This is meaningful quite a lot, I think, because human rights is mentioned for victims in the Framework Act. But for the support for the victims in general, there's no a clear-cut stipulations of specific support for victims. Rather, it was more about after natural disasters, around the concept of recovery and restorations, the support is mentioned, for example, tax exemptions, tax benefits, and so on and so forth. And that kind of approach is taken. So the amount and the budget are so much lacking, and that approach is not really human rights based, rather that is more like a direct reimbursement and direct financial support. That is a limitation, which is unfortunate. And like I said in my presentation, the Support Act on Silver Ferry was one of the accomplishments, though, in one aspect at least. Now, the state views victims as the subject to receive a comprehensive support under the current the Special Act on the Silver Ferry. This is unprecedented. And for the support law for Itaewon disaster victims, this kind of articles are also mentioned. And also, you may not know, but the Pohang earthquake victims will be also supported under a law. So Silver Ferry disaster special law is now becoming a sort of trigger to the following laws. I'm not saying the Silver Ferry disaster law is perfect, but we should not make it. We should not take it too much special. I mean, that law should be more inclusive. I mean, it's should be also influencing other relevant laws and regulations. And that should apply to a broader spectrum of any disasters. And that should be generalized. That's my perspective. So other victims of other disasters can receive such benefits as the benefits applied to the Silver Ferry victims. Any other questions?
저희 시간을
You're not asking a question, I think, because of limited time. Oh, yes, we have one more question from the floor. My question goes to Mr. Lee Ho-young and Mr. So Jun-chul. Like Itaewon disaster, state violence. I think I have seen secondary harms by the state. It can be regarded as state violence, not a YouTuber or some ordinary person. The state tried to oppress the victims. I think the state is the center of the violence. To Mr. Lee, the Serious Accident Punishment Act, you mentioned about the act regarding the safety and health. In Itaewon Hamilton Hotel, the expansion process of the hotel, as far as I know, was illegal. So, according to the Serious Accident Punishment Act, I think this kind of illegal expansion can be punished. But what do you think about that? And to Mr. So.
지금 제가 2주기 가까이 이제 1년 반을 지나면서 느꼈던
It's been almost 2 years.
발췌를 많이 주셨던 것 같아서 개인적으로 전화번호가 궁금합니다.
And you mentioned about, you were covered about the disaster. Thank you very much. And I'd like to know your phone number for further discussion. Any other question? Yeah, let me get one more question.
저도 소준천 간사님께
My question also goes to Mr. So.
재난 상황에서 국가의 책임
During the disaster situation, you analyze the responsibility of the state. Yes, it was very meaningful. To me, yes, I learned a lot from you.
한국 사례를 중심으로 분석해 주셔서
You analyze more, the Korean cases mostly. But beyond the current analysis frame, I think there can be some other types of mechanisms in other countries. Can you introduce one from other countries? Please hand over the mic to the person next to you. Okay, this will be the final question. Itaewon disaster and the Serious Accident Punishment Act. So there was a question about these two. Maybe the Itaewon disaster can be punished according to the act. If the disaster occurred on the street, yes, it will not be subject to the act, sadly. I have a question to Lee Ye-sung. Maybe my question is not in line with the goal of your study. So our children, young people, they still experience trauma and they express some symptoms as victims. You observed those victims. If my question is not in line with your goal of study, can you share some actual status of the victims? I think growth is important, of course. However, for growth, I think the victims should go through a healing process before becoming an adult. So can you share more information about those victims?
Okay, the three from the floor asked the questions. So maybe as the last comment or final comment, our panelists can answer the question. There was a question which is so broad, so maybe in person, our panelists can approach you who asked the question and answer the question, I think. So from Lee Ye-sung. Yes. Well, this is my subject, and this is just the starting point of my dissertation for the PhD degree graduation. And what you said is actually a very critical point, which is regarding psychological areas, and that is called the trauma, as you know. Psychological issues is another critical issue for me as well, and that's also relevant and associated with the victimhood as well. But like I said, and when I introduced the research processes in 2014, 15, and 16, they were so much invisible, so I couldn't really access them. But after now, only recently, I had a chance to meet with them and heard of their stories. And I have seen some concerns of psychological areas, but now they start talking about their own stories, and what they are doing with me is not the healing processes, but I am interviewing them, and I am recording and archiving their stories and what kind of interventions, medical and social interventions are taking place for them. And the secondary harms or the public memorial opportunities are all the subject to my research. And regarding the situations in the psychological status of them, yes, recently, and they start talking about it, but it really depends on individuals. It's not really all universal. Yes, we might have some approaches of healing processes, but my research I would like to emphasize is something else actually. So thank you. So please make sure you speak briefly from the next speaker. So now my turn.
불방용
I'm not sure. I already stay in my research room. But my phone number, I'm not sure my phone number will be helpful. Anyway, I will contact, you may contact me later. So I, of course, have looked at some of the cases in and out of Korea. But rather than finding some cases or the mechanism in other countries, I think the first step should be, the summarizing, the arranging the disasters that occurred in the past. Many of those disasters have been forgotten. So the first step, I think, should be to record those forgotten disasters. I think that would be the gift of the Sewol Ferry disaster. Thank you.
So, okay, let me be brief. Upon request, was a secondary harm of the state was well pointed out by other presenters as well. So the state, the Republic of Korea, have done secondary harms, and the laws are not really following what's going on in reality. Well, it's so plausible and ridiculous for the state to do the secondary harm. As I mentioned briefly, when I used to work as a member of the Social Disaster Commission, there was one announcement, and one of them is this. The state should take an accountability for the disaster of the Sewol Ferry, and the president has to take an accountability. And the request is really crystal clear. You have to take your accountability, and you have to hold those responsible. And the president accountability, president's taking accountability should be the starting point. That should be advanced before any other people who are responsible for the disaster. And as for the act on the punishment of the serious disaster, there's no separate citizenship act. It's under the umbrella of the act on the punishment of the serious disasters. Regarding Itaewon disaster, I didn't really go into deep review, so I can't really tell you about it clearly. But I think it's a little difficult to apply that act on the punishment in serious disasters to Itaewon disaster.
I have also my personal question. There were many people on the street at the site of the Itaewon disaster, but many people did not say about the story because first, they were not able to, and second, because it was not easy for them to fully talk about the disaster in the society. In a safer society, anyone should be able to talk about any disaster, any tragedy. As an activist of human rights, I will try my best to build such kind of society. Thank you very much. Please give these presenters and discussants. Thank you.
So we have brought about many changes for the last decade after the Sewol Ferry disaster, but we have to bring about more changes into our society for a safer and for a safer world where life is over money and any others. And I hope you will come together with us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Chair Lim Ju-yeon and others. Now we're going to have a break time. And we are going to reorganize the stage. Please make sure you come back to 3:20 p.m. Rather, 3:25. Okay, we're going to give more time. So by 3:25 for coffee break, we prepared refreshment and coffee at the lobby. So by 25, please feel free to enjoy the refreshment and take some rest. So once you come back, we're going to resume the
네, 여러분 잘 쉬셨나요?
Did you have a full rest? Did you enjoy the break time? So we are going to get started with the final session. Ladies and gentlemen, please come inside and take your seat.
저희 1분
So we are going to get started with the final session in a minute. So ladies and gentlemen, if you are outside, please come inside and take your seat and make yourself comfortable.
네, 그럼
Okay, the final session will get started. Our first speaker is Byung-taek Chung, Director of Research Division, SC Innovation. He will present on the topic Study on Public Awareness of the Sarah Ferry Disaster. This presentation will share the results of a public perception survey conducted 10 years after the Sarah Ferry disaster. When he comes up on the stage, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Hello, everyone. I am Byung-taek Chung, the director at ST Innovation. First, thank you very much for providing me this opportunity to stand before you for this presentation. Whether because the slide is quite, the size of the slide is quite big, so I think I need to move this way to look at the slide. First, let me tell you about this survey project. The survey targets were men and women aged 20 to 25 nationwide. So with 2,000 people, yes, the survey was conducted. The confidence level 95% and margin of error plus minus 2.19% point. And the survey period was like this from May 16th to May 27th. So after the Sarah Ferry disaster, how the society has been changed and what kind of impact it has had on our society. So the rate of respondents who recognized the welfare disaster had an impact on the society was 91.3%. Regarding the mourning experience, the rate of respondents who experienced the mourning the victims was 70.9%. Yes, the mourning was conducted nationwide. That is why we have this high rate. What is noticeable is when we compare the responses of men and women, there was a difference between the men and women. Statistically significant. And the Sewol Ferry Disaster Memorial Park is decided to be helpful in mourning victims of the disaster. It was found to be 82.9%. Regarding the memorial park, about 78.9% of the respondents said that the park will be helpful in educating people for a safe society. And the disaster prevention to prevent the disasters, the punishment of those responsible is needed. About 81% of the people said that the punishment of those responsible is needed, and about 78% of respondents said that investigation of the truth is needed. Regarding the fact-finding, whether the truth has been clarified or not, you can see that many respondents said that the main cause or reason of the disaster has not been clarified. So, about 28.9% of the respondents said that the truth of the Sewol Ferry disaster has not been found. And we also witnessed the difference between the conservatives and moderates regarding the fact-finding process. 72.6% of respondents said that the punishment was not carried out. 77.7% of the respondents said that additional punishment is necessary. This was an important item regarding the responsibility of the state. As for the state responsibility for the Sewol Ferry disaster, 83.7% of the respondents said that the state was responsible. This is quite a high number. It shows that the state should be held accountable, but the state failed to show its sufficient responsibility and attitude of responsibility. And the response indicating that the Sewol Ferry company is responsible for the Sewol Ferry disaster was 66.9%. And following that, the response were the Sewol Ferry crew with 63% and the present office about 60%. And information is shared on the Sewol Ferry disaster and what kind of media outlets are being trusted. That was the question. News and broadcast media reports about trust rate was about 23.8%, and testimonies of the victims or victims' families about 20.9%. Yes, the testimonies of the victims were trusted, and announcements by social groups or civic groups about 17.7%. about whether our society is safe from disasters. 69.9% of the respondents said that the society is not safe. In the case of the respondents in in their 40s and 50s and 60s, they have trauma caused by the disasters. That is why the rate is quite high here. The perception of a safety society among those appears to be quite high. After the Seoul ferry disaster, how the Seoul ferry disaster impacted society in a positive way. The improvement of citizens' rights awareness regarding safety. Yes, about 54% of respondents said that was a positive effect of the disaster for our society, and 39% of the respondents said that victims' efforts to uncover the truth and responsibility. And the obstacle to moving toward a safe society was the executive administrative branch. 60% of the respondents said the executive branch is the obstacle toward a safe society, and 47% said the legislative branch. So these authorities, they failed to meet the expectations of ordinary people. The Basic Act on Life and Safety was discussed in the previous National Assembly. 60% of the respondents were aware of the public's right to safety, and about 47% of the respondents were aware of the rights of victims. So, lower awareness of the victims' rights was discovered through the survey. And whether the victims' rights were respected out of the Itaewon disaster, we can see about equal rate of the pros and cons about this. The rights of the victims of the Itaewon disaster, about 49% of the respondents said their rights were not respected. And experiences of discrimination and hate speeches. 61% of respondents said that they had heard of discrimination and hate speech against the victims of Seoul ferry disaster, and 88.4% agreed that protection and support should be strengthened to better protect the victims. So, other ordinary people, yes, most of the ordinary people, they experienced such kind of hate speeches. They have seen some hate speeches or discriminatory remarks. And regarding solidarity with disaster victims, 65% of the respondents said that solidarity with the victims of the disaster is necessary. As you can see in the slide, depending on the political tendency, you can see some different rates. Liberal 83% and moderate about 64%. And awareness of the victims' activities. 61% of the respondents said that they know the mourning and the commemoration activities, and 58% said the activities to find out the truth and the call for punishment of those responsible. and 42% mentioned the solidarity to support the victims of the disasters. So most of the people are recognizing actually most of the victims' activities. And 76% of the respondents said that disaster prevention and response education is the most important one. And regarding disaster safety, this is about the interest level on this topic by the national people, the people. 69% of the respondents said that they were interested in disaster safety. As for the awareness of seriousness, 63% perceived it as serious. And how our society is going to change. 46% of respondents said that the society would be safer, but 38% said that there would be no change. And some said that the society will be more dangerous. In the long term, we are pursuing a safer society. But considering the outcome of this survey, we can interpret this outcome that our society will not be changed much. And the cross-analysis between disaster and safety severity. Depending on the age groups, yes, we had different results. In their 40s, 50s, and 60s, they said it is serious. And regarding the political orientation, the progressive, they thought that it will become serious, unlike conservative. And what kinds of efforts should be made for a safe society? 39% of respondents said the strengthening legal punishment and regulations is required. And 28% said that we need to improve disaster response administration. And progressive parties, many progressives said that legal punishment and strengthening regulations are needed. And conservatives mentioned the importance of education and awareness raising. About the values of safety, 74% perceive the safety is important. I think we have this high rate because we have experienced a series of disasters, so social disasters. Then let me tell you the implications of the survey. Regarding the punishment of those responsible, I think we have a relatively long way to go still. And regarding recognition of the victims' rights, yes, we need some momentum to raise awareness about the victims' rights through education. Still, the state is the most responsible for the several fire disasters. The state should need a changed stance, and the civil groups and civil society should pay more attention to this topic. If you have any questions, please ask questions using the Q&A time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So he made a presentation at a given time, and thank you so much. Yes, he also shared the result of the survey. depending on the political orientations. Now we would like to invite the second speaker of the final session, who is going to talk about mid to long-term activity outlook for the April 16 movement. And the speaker is Sonu Kim, the Secretary General of April 16 Coalition on the Sewol Ferry disaster. And in the final session, the 10th Cycle Committee of the Sewol Ferry disaster is going to come up with some ideas and draft the mid and long-term outlook. Okay, I feel really burdened because I'm the last presenter. And it seems like those in the front row looks like they are already approaching the end. Okay, as a presenter, I am now wearing a brand new suit. Okay. Today, I'm going to talk about mid to long-term activity outlook for the April 16 movement. The 10th Cycle Committee was formed last year, and then we have been working hard together with the public and the citizens, and then we have been operating Vision TF, and that engages civil society activists and local activists as well. So I'm going to make a presentation on that, and we're going to reflect the opinions and feedback from the comprehensive general discussion session. And by early August, we're going to share the proposal. Then what is the April 16th movement? And as you mentioned yesterday and through today, we have been working so hard over the past decade altogether. And what would be our promise and commitment for the following 10 years? So it is going to be about the mid and long-term promise and commitment and plans. And also I'm going to touch upon the roles and functions of 416 Foundation. Well, for the first half of my presentation, many people already mentioned, so let me be very brief. First up, we have to think about the commitment of April 16. What is the commitment and promise on April 16th? Many have already mentioned. You remember the date, April 16, 2014. Since then, we committed that we're not going back to before April 16, 2014. So we are not forget. We are going to act. We're not just to sit and wait. That was our commitment. Because we might be a potential victims of the future if we just let go of things that happened in April 16. The state has responsibilities to keep and uphold the lives and safety of citizens. So we're so much disappointed and frustrated because of the irresponsibility of the state. And with that rationale, we started the April 16 movement, forgetfulness and turning blind eyes. That is something that we have to against, and we have to act, and that's a social solidarity group. Well, if we say April 16 movement, when we put this title to our movement, and there are some resistance, like, is it really a movement? And we call for fact-finding and holding those responsible and so on and so forth. And why are you talking about struggling and demands? Movement. But the reason that we put it as movement is because we require a pan-nation citizens engagement for a safer society. So citizens and victims families of the Sewol Ferry disaster have to all work together to sublime the disaster into a safer society. And that's why we put this as April 16 movement. We have been pursuing the rights of victims and respect life and the paradigm shift of society into a safer place. Yesterday, we also talked about so often the community of memory and mourning. The citizens and victims promised not to go back to before the Sarah Ferry disaster. With that in mind, we created this community and this coalition. And together with the victims, we now realize, and the citizens also realize their own rights. And victims have the rights to mourn and to know the fact. And the victims have been the center of our movement over the past decade. And that was a multiple and multi-network among victims and citizens. We often talked about this, and victims' families created some cultural performances, and local communities worked together with victims to fight for fact-finding and taking those responsible accountable. And also, there was some solidarity movement as well. And let me just really briefly skip this page, I think, because this is basically about the pathway over the past decade. Yes, we created community of mourning, and then we also strengthened and formed the networks of memory. This October in Ansan, we're going to create a life and safety memorial park, and with that memory and memorial park, we can discuss more often and more in an open space, discuss safety. And the Sewol Ferry Hall in Mokpo Port should be relocated. All the memory spaces should be kept, not only in Ansan, but also in other places nationwide. And we have been working together over the past. We have paved it together. And this was also mentioned in the morning session, so let me skip this. And regarding the rights for victims, I don't know how to click. Yes. I want to turn pages. Yes. For advocacy for victims' rights, the victims are not the recipient to care. Rather, victims are the agent of changing the world and changing the society. They are the agent. And that was the way that we run the movement over the past decade. As Dr. Lee Ho-young said, the rights of victims are not really defined in a specific article under the law, but we try to create and introduce such a concept into the law. And also we have to make sure the accountability of the state in the law. So we have been working and fighting against discrimination and violence. And I was born in Daegu. And when I talk about the Daegu underpass fire disaster, we often talk about the regions. And we couldn't really make it and ask for the accountability of the municipalities and the state. But the Sewol Ferry disaster groups were different because we kept asking for accountability to the state. And the solidarity with other disaster victims and are expanding. So as in wounded victims, victims of Sewol Ferry disaster are at the center of the movement. And also the disaster center was created. And over there as well, the Sewol Ferry victims are working to help others. And As for the advocating the right to live safely, the punishment act on the punishment of the serious accident was also mentioned, and there was another law that we proposed during the 21st session of the National Assembly. That was proposed, but it was not legislated yet, so we have to make it happen in the next National Assembly. And also, talking about the conditions and the status April 16 movement, the recently an independence organization conducted a survey, and there were those who responsible who were found guilty in a trial, but many of them are not really found guilty at this moment. Most of those responsible for the Sewol ferry disaster are saying and that they might exempt the guilty findings because of the period of the trial, period of the punishment, because mostly the period of punishment is 10 years after the disaster or after the accusation. And their expiration of the criminal accusation will be October this year. And as you've heard, there was some resistance among citizens in Ansan regarding the Memorial Park. So those hate speech fighters have abused victims and activists, and that's the reality that we are faced with. And public interest in safety has been increasing. But as you've seen, also underpass disaster and Itaewon disaster, nothing has changed in the state. The citizens have changed, but not the state. The victims and victims groups have been working so hard, more actively, but the network was loosened rather than strengthened. At the initial stage, citizens were working together with us in many different communities, but over time, we're aging all. And last year, we had a chance to talk about this with the Sewol ferry family and citizens. What is the weakest point of ours? And they say aging. So we are aging. And we have a very strong and powerful memory space, but the agent and the driving force is still easing a little bit over time. And this is the promise and commitment of the 10th anniversary of Sewol ferry disaster. We have to make sure those responsible should be asked for the accountability and found guilty, and they have to serve their own responsibilities. And to strengthen the memory space, we have to make a full use of the decades networks and communities. We have to reorganize it. And then 416 Foundation should play a role to support victims of Sewol ferry disasters and other disaster victims networks. And then in the process, the local communities also have to support us. And then we have to strengthen our activities in the process. And as for the Memorial Park, for safety and life, well, there are many memory spaces in cities nationwide. For example, in Suwon, and there is a tree woods in another city, and Jeju, there is a memory space as well to commemorate Sewol ferry disaster. And such memory spaces should be organized and should be networked in a systematic manner. So through spaces and places, we can provide some trainings and educations to future generations, and at the same time, we can ask for accountabilities and also requests to the government. And new generation should be a part of our players, the activists. So as Ms. Lee said, younger generation should be one of the more one of the agents in leading the campaigns, because victims are aging at this moment. So victims and future generations should be more connected in a stronger manner. Then it should be much better. So it's also the challenges that we have to meet. And also we have to respond to other tasks as well, especially for fact-finding. The Mr. Lee Ho-young said there was the recommendations by the first Social Disaster Commission. One of the presentations in the morning session, the Yejin's mom is also a member of the Social Disaster Commission. And then the Social Disaster Commission, their recommendation should be implemented at the state level because that is leading to a safer society and also fact-finding. So we have to, we actually are setting up a task force team to monitor if the recommendation is implemented by the state or not. An independent investigation was taking place and took place, but there is still some facts that was remained unresolved and unknown. We are going to additionally ask for further investigations and fact-finding to the Yoon Suk-yeol administration, but we should be at the center to continue to ask for this. And also we have to share the information of irresponsible culprits in the public. This is not just about criminal responsibilities, but also about social responsibilities as well. And we have to strengthen our coordination and collaboration with other disaster victims and with other coalitions and networks. 416 Foundation and the Victims' Rights Center and Victims' Solidarity and Coalition and so on and so forth. And there are many organizations working together. We have to improve our systems and that we are going to expand our activities all together with those networks and centers. So for fact-finding and holding those responsible, we have to systemize all the laws and regulations and also the commission of the investigation on the punishment and of the serious extent. They have to do their roles. When they do so, then we can make sure such a similar disaster don't recur and that we can prevent it from recurring. And also, we have to strengthen our right to live safely. 416 Foundation and April 16 Coalition, both of them should continue to work together, and their visions will be included in our draft of our medium and long-term plan. And April 16 Coalition was created by citizens and activists. So medium and long-term plans will be more concretely set up and implemented. And challenges and tasks are very critical. Yes, we are trying our best to expand our membership of the April 16 Coalition. If you are not a member, so please make sure you register and apply to the coalition. Right, Seung-yeol? Yes, and for 416 Foundation, the nature of the foundation is quite clear. That was formed by the citizens and victims, and that is working as a bridge and intermediate organizations between citizens and victims, and that is pursuing the healing of victims and also memorial park creation. So April 16 Coalition and 416 Foundation are so closely connected, and both of the organizations together can implement the mid and long-term plans, and their network and their connection should be more systematic, we believe, so that we can play a role more efficiently and effectively. So this is a result of Vision TF Task Force, and last but not least, I want to tell you this. Yesterday, I paid a visit to Lee Tae-won's memory star, and it says the wall of the memory truth. And the same is there on the wall of Sewol Ferry disaster. So the authentic fact finding is something that we have to do and we have to remember. Thank you.
한 10년
So thank you very much, Mr. Sunju Kim. So you have done well for the past 20 years, and I have a high expectation for the next 10 years and 20 years. Our younger generations will continue this task. So we are going to have the last but not least panel discussion. You may use the time to ask any questions. First, let me invite the moderator of the last panel discussion, Mr. Tae-ho Lee. He is a co-executive chairperson of the 10th Cycle Committee of the Sewol Ferry disaster.
나머지 분들은 이 1차 그리고 2차에서 모두 섬겨주셨던 이 패널 분들을 다 함께 모셔보도록 할 텐데요.
I'm going to invite all the panelists. Please take your seat. You can find your name plate. Mr. Douglas, Park Legon, Yu Haejung, 최준철, 김남희, 이예성, 인호영, and 안은정.
네, 나오시는 동안 느낀 바로 저도 한번 소감을 나눠보자 합니다. 이전에 100만 촛불 시위가 전 세계적으로 송출되면서
The 100 people candlelight visuals were broadcasted live across the world, and it was recognized as one of the advanced protests. So, some laws are being legislated relevant in relation to the Sewol Ferry disaster, and we have created a culture of advanced mourning. I'm sure that this mourning culture will be recognized again by other countries. So now let me hand over the mic to the moderator. I think we have done discussions. Within 2 days of this event, I think, to have an in-depth discussion, we'll need about 1 week. So this is the final discussion time for the 2 days. Actually, we did not have a sufficient discussion time. So this will be the final and the most comprehensive time to discuss the presentations and the speeches. I think the visions of the 416 movement can be discussed, or you may receive some questions from the floor. So we have about 1 hour given. As this is a comprehensive discussion, let me briefly summarize what we have discussed for the past 2 days. Mr. Douglas Ramis, he mentioned that some of the lives are more valued and some of the lives are less valued. Everyone has the right to live. And so he emphasized this point. And Mr. Park, Legon Park. So the state tried to consider the Sewol Ferry disaster an incident. However, to secure the rights of the victims, we should be together. So he emphasized the importance of 2 tracks. Life respects the tracks to respect lives, and a track to value safety. And we reviewed the roles of civil society and the local areas. And then we also listened to the presentation on the fact-finding processes and what has been changed in our society for the past 10 years, and the social and the state perspectives on the disaster. And in the last session, we reviewed the mid and long-term perspectives after the disaster, and then public awareness survey of the several ferry disaster. So now we are going to have some Q&A time. You may ask questions from the floor, and you have some participants, joining online. If you have any questions, please ask the questions, or you may upload your question to the YouTube channel. First, okay, in the last session, session 5, we had 2 presentations. One on the study on public awareness of the several disaster, and the other one about mid to long-term activity outlook for the April 16th movement. So do you have any questions to the 2 presenters? Please hand over the mic. I'm steering committee member of the 416 coalition. I'm Kim, Mr. Kim. Information sharing and the information protection from these perspectives, in what way we can legislate and how we can revise the conventional laws to better protect the victims. I think we need a way to better protect the victims. I think we can think of the 2 ways. First one, I requested the monitoring process from the Social Disaster Committee about twice, but it was not approved. And the second one, about 3 or 4 years ago, to find the truth, I requested relevant materials and the data from 4 organizations, and one of the organizations was the National Information Agency. I visited the National Information Agency to meet the head of the agency, and actually he promised to share all the required information. However, about 6 months later, the person who is in charge said that he cannot share the information because of the relevant regulations. So, information sharing and from the perspective of information sharing and protection, how we can revise the relevant laws. That's the first question.
That was just an observation, I think, and then we are ahead of the comprehensive discussion session. And now we are going to take questions from the floor regarding 2 presentations. One is about the perception survey, and the other is a mid to long-term activity outlook, right? So if you have any questions, you may just feel free to ask any questions on YouTube as well. Any questions? Just for clarification, maybe. Okay. So I have a question to Sonu Kim. It seems like you tried to brief up because in the best interest of the time. So reading the reference book, I don't see any big differences between the coalition and the foundation in terms of mission, purpose, interactions. I don't know. So what is the difference between the 2 organizations? And I think many, not just me, many take it as just the same organization. Why do we need 2 entities? And what is the boundary between the 2 organizations? Can you please give me an information? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for such a a great question because on the occasion of the 10th anniversary, we received the question so many times. Okay, Sonu Kim, the Secretary General of the April 16 Coalition. What is the difference between coalition and foundation? What is the missions? What is the different roles? And also we have a Legun Park, the member of the steering committee of the foundation. So maybe Mr. Park will also give some ideas with us. Be brief, please. Okay, the April 16 Coalition was formed by citizens and victims. And that's basically a citizen-based organization to keep the promise on April 16th. So we write about the demands to the government, and we sometimes do protest, and we support victims and also do some solidarity activities with victims. From my understanding, April 16 coalition was formed by citizens and victims, and actually, rather, that was about foundation. So foundation is basically focusing on victims. So in a word, the coalition is working as an implementation organization, and they are doing activities. And the foundation is basically to provide financial support. So coalition is more about activities. So it's like a direct act of victims and citizens, and they expand the agenda, and they do some solidarity activities with them. Of course, sometimes the foundation do that, but it's not the core of their roles. Rather, they just support citizens and victims, and they are like a facilitator by providing financial support. So in a word, how Legun Park is acting, we can decide which is which. For example, when Mr. Park was the president of the April 16, he was never afraid of being sent to the prison. But now, as the president of foundation, now he is more hesitant in acting on something. So coalition is more about action and activities of citizens and victims, and the foundation is about supporting victims and citizens for their activities. Basically, it is like that. Okay.
네.
This is not a question as a first. Thank you very much for your presentation on the mid to long-term activity outlook for the April 16th movement. Why did you come up with this plan? What is your primary concerns for the next 10 years and 20 years? And in what area do you concern most?
And I think this question also should go to Sonu Kim, the Secretary General of the April 16 Coalition. But it seems like questions are too much crowded to the presenters. Okay, first off, Mr. Kim, please answer the question, and then I'm going to take the questions after that from the floor. Okay, what is the concern for the following 10 years? Yes, as the Secretary General, I've been working for the coalition for 5 years, and I actually worked based on the local community, and the citizens' attention and interest is declining at this moment. That is the biggest concern from my perspective. We went through the disaster and we made lots of promises, but the promises are still being kept. I mean, should be kept, and there are still remaining promises that we have to keep. And I mentioned aging, right? And the future generation, younger generation, and youth, they have to meet. They have to set up a solidarity among disaster victims to a safer society. If not, we cannot make our society safer. So we have to pay more attention to our youth. So I'm going to take the question from the floor. Yes. I guess that the victims, the families might think more actively about the concerns of the following 10 years. Okay, Mr. Kim, what do you think on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Sewol ferry disaster? What do you think?
잠깐 유체 이탈해가지고 질문도 잘 못 들었는데.
Actually, I could not listen to your question well. Okay, we experienced several failed disaster. After the disaster, most of the people affected, the one we talked about was the truth. What happened? What caused the disaster? And why we failed to save people? And who should be held accountable? What we wanted to do was truth. To build a safer society, I think that truth-finding process is inevitable. So that is why I have fought for the past 10 years for finding the truth. I have visited many places nationwide and across the world. We have experienced a lot of things, and we have waged protests on the street, different types of street protests. Ordinary people would have never experienced such kind of things. But throughout the process, yes, the state in some way has not changed. So sometimes it is quite sad to see that not many changes have been made. However, in some area, yes, changes have been made, which is a good point, which gives me hope, thinking of the remaining children, thinking of the survivors. So we have continued that effort. Now we are talking about the next 10 years and 20 years. But without thinking back of the past 10 years, we cannot build a plan for the next 10 and 20 years. We have still some truth to uncover, and we have some responsible people, okay? We should hold them accountable, okay, to build a truly safe society. That is my faith. That will be our road ahead. For the next 10 and 20 years, I will strive to do more. There is no new way. I will not give up. I will work with the fellow citizens for the next 10 and 20 years. Thank you. Thank you.
아까
Okay. The guy at the back raised the hand earlier than the other. I have a question to Yesong Lee. You said that you're writing up the dissertation for your PhD degree. So the topic is confined to survivors? I think survivors are important, but their siblings, their status are also very important. You know, in childhood, you know, their younger siblings, like if their brothers and sisters died because of the disaster, then they grew up a little, you know, being abandoned and neglected a little bit. So that could be a part of the social problems. Not too much extent, but I guess the siblings are also struggling or went through a lot. So maybe we have to think about the life of the siblings. We have to take care of them as well. So those younger siblings at the disaster should be studied, and we also have to think about how we can get it over at the social level. I think it's critical. So if you put a topic as the problem faced by the youth, then I think it would be better for you to embrace siblings as well as the victims and survivors. Okay, that was an observation, I think. It's not a question, right? Okay. And that was actually the topic of the previous presentation, previous session. So you would have asked the question in the comprehensive discussion session. Now we are still in the final session. So the question should be confined to the two presentations in the final session. So when Mr. So said regarding the State Act, he said privatization of responsibility. So it was a little harder to understand the concept of privatization to responsibility in South Korea. Can you please help us understand it more easily? And then is it really connected to the Seoul ferry disaster?
세션에 질문하셨으면 좋을 게
Okay, again, the question goes to the presenter of the previous session. Let's keep the question for now, and your question will be discussed in the comprehensive discussion time. Thank you very much for your hard work. I think this can be a primitive question. I'm not sure who can provide an answer to my question. Please provide me your honest answer. Okay, I think you have seen some placards. Outside this center opposing the safety park. And for the past 10 years, yes, we have witnessed the strong oppositions. So looking at the current situation, I'd like to ask this question. Yes, I am a victim. Whenever you visit Ansan, whenever you are in this kind of conference, I'm sure that you know this kind of pros and cons situations. In this situation, yes, for the past 10 years, we already talked about that we need change. We need to change society. We need to change the state kind of systems. However, we still have such a strong opposition. This is a matter of human rights. This is beyond the matter of life. This is a matter of human rights. This is seriously revealing on one aspect of the society. Yes, we have some extreme citizens. Should we just ignore such kind of oppositions? Sometimes we cannot just ignore the oppositions because their voices are too strong. So 416 Foundation and Coalition and the bereaved families, they just pretend to overlook the situation. The administration knows that the types of the kind of or characteristics of the protests, and however, the administration keep allowing such kind of protests in Ansan as a bereaved family, as a member of a bereaved family. I wonder how I should respond to such a strong opposition. So as a victim, I should report this to the police. Maybe it will exacerbate the conflict with them. Actually, the state already announced its plan to build a safety park, life and safety park. But even after that, we are still seeing the strong opposition here. Without infringing on the human rights, how should we deal with the current situation? I think we have some foreigners. I wonder whether you have also experienced such kind of strong oppositions in campaigning for the victims of certain disasters. So Itaewon disaster victims, I'm sure that they will also experience these types of oppositions. This is a matter of human rights infringement. So that's why I'd like to talk about this. This can be a primitive question. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the survey, we saw that a huge difference regarding the recognition of the victims, between the conservatives and progressives. Is there any panelist who can give your suggestion or opinion? Maybe human rights activists can provide some suggestions. Or we may listen to some cases in other countries. First, this is a hatred issue in the local society. Actually, I wanted to listen to some cases, similar cases in other countries. 416 family associations. The family association actually avoided possible conflict with the local people in Ansan. Some of the local people, they are very strong and in opposing any kind of campaigns that we have waged. But we should be different, I think. The bereaved families should be different from those extreme citizens. If we respond in the same manner, then we can be the ones to blame. They are insulting our people, and they are insulting our children. So I'm going to talk about how we promoted our campaign. We joined some voluntary activities, and we joined some experience booth event to meet people, ordinary people. We continue to meet local people. But those village people, some of those people, they hated Sewol Ferry itself. Actually, right after the disaster, they were the ones who provide the first help, first rescue help at the time. But later, they have changed. So I think looking at some media reports, they politicized the matter. And they started to insult the victims. I never wanted to become a bereaved family. All of a sudden, I lost my child. I still wonder why my neighbors treat us like this way. I think this is because of the failure of duties by the state and the local governments. In the media report, yes, they describe our children, our victims, the children of poor people, poor homes. They describe the victims in a weird manner. Okay, those protesters were the parents requesting the truth finding. However, the media described the parents, the victims, in a negative manner. That is why the ordinary citizens now have negative viewpoint on the activists. So, Ansan Citizens Coalition, Yes, we went through hard work. The coalition, the people of the coalition, we decided to meet each and every village person because we cannot trust the state. We visited many places. First, when we visited Daegu, a local city, yes, the victims were the innocent people. But people in the city, they were opposed to our campaign. So that is why we decided to meet every person, every neighbor, to persuade them. So that is why the parents of the victims started to meet every person, in the village, in a small village. Okay, for every issue, there should be oppositions. We cannot request a special treatment only for the Sewol Ferry disaster. I think this is the required process to go through. So government officials, they are afraid of possible penalization if they give some special treatment to the victims of Sewol Ferry disaster. So we kept negotiating with them. Please make your point brief. Because I cannot accept the current situation. Sometimes it doesn't make any sense. I'm asking this question to all of you. The parents and the families, bereaved families, have done these jobs for the past 10 years. So I want to get your idea, from experts. But now I have a mic. I'm not an expert. I'm just a bereaved. I'm just a parent of the victim. Thank you very much for your sharing your point.
Yes, that was the question to the expert, not to the family. And the family member said, my blood pressure, oh my God. And that was question should have been sent to the expert and there. But why do you ask me? Yes, that was really difficult question, I believe.
그냥 저는 이제
The society has been changing. And now we are facing the society with a hatred speech and acts. And more hatred speech and acts are increasing, we have seen. So it was more like we have to be neutral because there is a resistance, although we understand the victims' positions. So if we respond to that, then their voices are even more heard to the rest of the society. So we feel uncomfortable about their broadcasting because they are strongly against the establishment of the Memorial Park in Ansan. But it's better, from our perspective, not to respond to them. And the state and the government have urged the public to be involved and to be influenced by the hatred, speech, and act. And so we have to think about how we can get it over. And lastly, those broadcasters, they are talking about Chanel House because that is a reminder of death. And they emphasize that death and life should not coexist. And they consider Memorial Park a Chanel House, right? But life should coexist with death, and death should coexist with life. So with that, Memorial Park for life and safety should be well established, and more voices for safety should be heard. Then we can prevent the same disasters from recurring. And as for Litaewon disaster, the Street of Safety and Life was designed and created, and the merchant also registered it because of the commercial district was a little disrupted because of the hallway and so on and the forth. But I think the Memorial Park is very significant because it can strengthen the social meaning of life and safety. Yeah, thank you. So the extreme hatred is taking place in wars, and also the person who asked the question wanted to know about the foreign cases, right? So victims are driven into the subject to hatred, and that happened in Okinawa and other places as well. So can you please share it with us, those experiences with us?
Yes, I'm a person located very differently from most of the people gathering here. I'm an outsider. I'm not a victim in the sense that you mean. I think it's inevitable that what I have to say will not exactly fit with the conversation that you folks are having. But there's one comment that I do want to make. There's the question that's come up several times about disasters in other countries. You've had several examples here, one from Japan, and one, to my surprise, from the United States, which was the 9/11 disaster in Manhattan. And the reason I'm surprised by that is that the 9/11 disaster, on the one hand, is similar to the disasters that you're talking about, in that there were many innocent victims. But there's one way in which it is fundamentally different, and that is that it was an act of war. The disasters that you have mostly been talking about are either natural disasters or human-made disasters. Human-made in the sense of by carelessness, by taking a casual attitude towards human life, by making mistakes in trying to cover them up, criminal and man-made in that sense, but they were not acts of war. The attack on New York City, called 9/11, was an act of war. There was a question in the afternoon session someone asked, what are some of the results of disasters in foreign countries? And the person asked the question said, in effect, I'll study that. But the attack on the Foreign Trade Center, World Trade Center in New York City did have an after effect, very different from your heroic work to make the disaster somehow motivate improvements in society. 2 days after the attack on the World Trade Center, the President of the United States announced that he was launching a war on terror, a war that would allow U.S. troops to enter country after country and kill people suspected of thinking about terrorism. In other words, that was his effort to make America a more safe society by making the Middle East a far less safe society or part of the world. So the response to that was America's invasion of Afghanistan, America's invasion of Iraq, and the Middle East falling into civil war and other kinds of war, not just a disaster, but a mega disaster for the Middle East. It seems to me that if you think of the attack on the World Trade Center as a disaster to be included in your movement, doesn't that mean that you also need to look at what the result of that disaster was? A greater disaster. There's a similar thing you could say about Palestine now. The terrorist or extremely militant organization called Hamas brought a catastrophe to Israel, an attack in which several thousand people were killed. That's a disaster. And Israel has responded by trying to make Israel safer by destroying Palestine altogether in what is now being called, please make it short. The message says, I'm about done. What the United Nations and the World Court of Justice now calls a genocide. I don't know, I don't expect an answer to this, but I do suggest that this is something that you might find it necessary to discuss in your future consultations. If you're thinking about disasters abroad, what about those disasters which are acts of war? I'm sorry, I haven't answered the question that I was asked, but this is, as a U.S. citizen feeling responsible for what my government does and feeling terrible about most of it, I can't remain silent. I apologize for changing the subject.
네. 최희천 선생님. 아까.
최희천? So this is simultaneous interpreting. So we've already provided interpreting. That was simultaneous interpreting. So let me skip it.
그 제가 방금 말씀하신 것 중에 여러 차례 좀 들렸던 얘기.
Okay, from your remarks, yes. And other panelists mentioned about the innocent people. The innocent people died because of disaster and because of actual war. So the dignity of human beings and the human rights, I think we should take human rights perspective or the human dignity perspective regarding this matter. Depending on our perspective, of course, we will have the the ends of the scale. Like punishing Nazi in Germany, we can punish the opposing party. But on the other side, yes, because of the freedom of expression, yes, anyone can raise their opposing opinion. But as you saw in the survey, the ordinary citizens, they consider it is inhumanitarian if those hatred or hate speeches are inhumanitarian. That is a common sense, I think. However, our system is always try to stay neutral, like a machine. Yes, this is a rather complicated issue. So, what would be the alternative? Regarding the Basic Act of the Life and Safety, the Conventional Disaster Safety Act were stipulated from the perspective of the suppliers and from the perspective of the state. However, with the Basic Act of the Life and Safety, yes, that perspective has been revised and changed. And the respect to the victims can be added to the act. We can find what can be improved further, step by step. Let me provide my brief comments. Let us start our comprehensive discussion now. I'm going to listen to two more opinions before starting the comprehensive discussion. And then I'm going to hand over my mic to each panelist. Regarding the role of civil society, Mr. Park, Senior Park. You were involved in the debate, the discussion, and yesterday. And we all listened to the result of the survey. Can you provide your comment? And I'd like to hand over the mic to another moderator regarding the fact-finding process. Regarding the survey of the recognition, the awareness of the people. Yes, many people said that actually we lacked some fact-finding effort. I wonder whether there was a survey about the main cause. What would be the main cause of such kind of shortcomings in the fact-finding process? And the community of condolence and memory. And I listened to the presentations about of the civil society's efforts in this regard. In that regard, I was quite surprised. I was quite proud of the outcomes. I'd like to extend my special thanks to all the citizens involved. So yesterday we divided affected party and the non-affected party. The concept was about a bit strange at the time yesterday, but even in the non-affected party, the non-affected people actively they were involved in Gwangju area. And the politics of affect and the politics of mourning. And April Jenner suggested that we should change the politics of mourning to politics of affect. So the citizens' effort was driving forward for the past 10 years to change the society, and they will be very helpful down the road.
Mr. Kim Soon-gil, Ms. Kim Soon-gil. It's been 10 years since the disaster. And now many stories and research results are shared at this forum. And listening to the presentations, I again realized that we went through a lot and we worked really hard. And the social disasters left so many things to be resolved in our society, and I learned about it once again. Thank you so much for working so hard over the past 2 days. And the process of fact-finding and evaluation and challenges. The social disaster investigated bodies on Sewol Ferry disaster should study on what we have been doing. And the Sewol Ferry movement of the victims have been working as a pathway for our citizens to talk about safe and safer society. And when someone said it, I felt really I felt really comfortable. I felt really soothed. And yes, we are aging, but we cannot really stop moving for this movement and campaign. So we have to cheer ourselves up for the following 10 years. And with the investigative body for Lite 1 disaster, the investigation will take place for 1.5 years now. And in that body, I hope that the fact and the truth will be uncovered as the result of the investigations. All those who were very disaster couldn't make it happen. Thank you.
예, 이제는 우리 패널들의 종합 토론을.
Now let us start a comprehensive discussion with the panelists. Okay, we'll listen to the opinions of the two keynote speakers last, and then. Okay, some of the panelists have already received some questions, and some of you have already provided answers. I will give to those who already provided answers about 1 to 2 minutes. And to those who have not made a comment yet, I'm going to give a longer time. I will try my best to finish the comprehensive discussion by 5:30 p.m. By 5:30. Will that be okay? Some of the audience said no. Then from the left side, okay? Please provide your comment. Channel House.
So we're talking about channel house, and that kind of terminology was used in the past, right? So traditionally, we buried dead bodies, but because of the government policies, and the government tried to create a culture of channel house. Yes, of course, memorial culture and funeral cultures can be different. So, yes, with the activities of the team, the concept and perception about the memorial park has been changing as well. Well, if it is difficult for the state to set up a system, then they have to support our activists, right? But they are still putting an obstacle in doing our activists. When we are talking about the following 10 years, there was a question of how we can involve and engage younger generations, and it is the time for us to think about how we can have them. And to that end, we have to listen to their voices first. So we actually provided a souvenirs, right? And there was a book and 520 Fridays. Not only about that, but also there's another book for students, and the people are more interested in the books regarding students, and that means the society is more interested in what's going on in students and younger generations. And so the siblings of the victims of Rilke 1 disaster and Seoul Ferry disaster met together to talk about their stories, and they talked about how long and how enduring the time it was, and that stories were shared in those books. So there was a history of listening to the stories of younger generations, and we can see a little small wave of solidarity among younger generations. That's what I want to mention for you today.
네, 오늘
Well, actually, I internally repeated the question. What would be the best answer that I can provide to the question? Why we have failed to make further progress? That is one of my primary concerns. Okay, we are trying our best to toward a safe society. Are we in the same direction? And how can we achieve make the achievement for the next 10 years? That is still the challenge and task that is given to me.
I've been thinking of how to deal with hatred speech. Well, those speakers are so well functioning. Their broadcasting voices are too loud. Yes, like you said, hatred speech and hatred act are, considered freedom of expression. But on the other hand, the people are talking about the respect to life. So one of the iconic examples is a leaflet to North Korea, and that was controlled by the law. I mean, that was protested by some people, but that's against the Constitution. So now they are flying the leaflets to North Korea freely, and that's something going on. And regarding the act on discrimination, we might adjust it. We might ask for adjustment to the government by using the Discrimination Act. Maybe we can talk about it at the National Assembly. Then maybe we can benchmark some voting cases. maybe we can make use of the Discrimination Act to prevent those broadcasters from speaking about it, because we cannot control their mouth. We cannot hold them back. So we have to discuss this with the administrative parties and bodies, and their soft advice might be very important for them. And if they say the memorial park should be established, if the mayor is able to speak up for memorial park, it would be really desirable. But that's not the case at this moment. Maybe ordinance can be established as well for specific speech, hatred speech. So maybe we can impose a fine on those who use such hatred speech. Or maybe also there might be a center to determine the hatred speech. In other cases, in other countries, there are some cases out there. So maybe the city of Ansan can develop the measures, possible ordinance as well for hatred act and speeches. And also we can think about how to respond to that, like a counter hatred speech, just like a counter punch. When we are talking about a hatred speech, then maybe we can think of how we can countermeasure to it. See, when they actually send a leaflets to North Korea, the North Korea actually sent back the garbage to South Korea, right? It's like that. You didn't really notice that the leaflets was sent by some of the Korean groups, North Korea, and what kind of leaflets were there. So North Korean people sent back garbage and waste to South Korea. So I'm not saying that we have to be active. We have to be really aggressive. I'm not saying about it. Maybe it's better strategically to avoid any responses against them, those broadcasters. But we can think of such ideas as well. Working over the past decade, when I made a presentation, I was so excited and about making a presentation and about this forum, and I really respect and give my honor to families and victims. Maybe we need a research institute under the foundation so that research can take place on a stable manner, and that's one of the wishes that I have for the following 10 years. And if you need me, then I'll be there. Thank you.
권리센터 굉장히 어깨가
The Victims' Rights Center, I think you have a lot to do. So, Ms. Yu Haejung? Yes, I have quite heavy, my shoulder is quite, I have a big, heavy burden on my shoulder. I'd like to tell you 3 points. Initially, yes, the bereaved families of the Itaewon disaster, they experienced difficulties. One of those difficulties was that it was not easy for the victims to gather, to share the information. Now, in upcoming April, the relevant act will be revised so that the information of the victims can be shared right after the disaster. And second point is that I mentioned about this yesterday. Article 3 of the Special Act, the victims has the right not to be the subject of hate speech, to respect their dignity and to respect their human rights. I think you should be able to utilize this act, this article. And third point is that I wonder why this one was not included in the vision of the 416 movement. As a researcher, I have also looked at some data in other countries. Korea is one of the best countries regarding the disaster research. Yes, Hillsborough disaster or Grand Tower disasters. there are some researches on those disasters. However, compared to those the research data, we have a lot more accumulated research data after the several unfair disaster. Our society, our research have been developed and advanced significantly. So, down the road, we should publish what we have done so that people, the stakeholders or the other countries can better recognize the level of advanced research on disaster. And now we are making unprecedented cases on and on. We will be making unprecedented cases. This is a required experience and process. So in the case of Germany, yes, there are many visitors. It's as a form of dark tour to the disaster site. If we can establish some program and operate the program well, the opposing parties will lose their stance in our society. This is, I think, in some way, a time to endure. We cannot change all of the mindsets and all of the social culture or social atmosphere at once. We will need time. Thank you.
Okay. So let me talk about privatization. So the conflict is becoming privatized, and the counter word is socialization, or making it public rather than private. So the responsibilities are given to individuals or a certain company, some private sector, right? And that's a privatization process of responsibilities. And for Itaewon disaster and Sauerfeld disaster, there was a question about the meaning. My talk might sound a little light, but my focus research was actually was something else, but not Sauerfeld disaster. But today I felt a little burdened about the Itaewon disaster, especially. And I am not an expert in Itaewon disaster, so I have to study further. But what I can see commonly from disasters is privatization of the responsibilities. Why are they targeting private sector and private beings and entities and individuals? How are they enabling public responsibilities to be viewed as something private? And regarding hatred speech, on the way to this center, I felt really bad about the hatred speech. And then a friend of mine actually created ordinance in Japan for hatred speech. And I had a chance to look at the process, and looking at the video clips of the hatred speech and act, I feel really, really uncomfortable. First of all, we have to record it. We have to archive it. Archive hatred speech. Why? Because that is a changing process. The content should be changed. And then researchers, from the intuitions, that there might be some cases that you have some suspicions over the sources of the hatred speech. So we have to archive it. We have to record it. And the second is about engraveness of it into the history. We have to make sure that is the speech from hatred. We have to put it in the history. Yes, of course, it's tough for us to accept it, but anyways, we have to locate it in the context of the history, and I'm going to think about it once again. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Choi, Dr. Choi. Yes, briefly, please. I think I already provided my comment. Okay, let me make a brief comment. You mentioned about information sharing and information protection. This is the right of victims. This is a matter of the victims' rights. But this is also the indirect right of citizens. Because the citizens have the right to safety, so some risky information should be shared according to the laws. So safety and risky information should be shared according to the Basic Act on the Life and Safety. And however, there is opposing theory. Yes, some information can be a confidential information of a private company that is a conflict of values. The authoritative viewpoints have been changed it replaced by the democratic perspectives, and then I think the 416 movement played a significant role in changing the social values. So we started as a movement for victims. However, it has a strong message that can cross this generation, this era, contemporary era. Thank you.
Thank you. The choice of the parents of the Sewol Ferry disaster was something that I have to follow. And I think the past decade of the Sewol Ferry disaster is not in vain, because I have been looking up, because it was like a milestone for me. And thank you so much. My thanks should go to the families of the Sewol Ferry. Also, I would thank citizens in solidarity with those families. And I'll follow your steps. Thank you so much.
Okay, I have joined this 2-day 416 International Symposium. Yes, we have had good citizens who have been actively involved in this campaign. For the past 10 years. I wanted to get some answers from the experts. Yes, I know the answer is not easy to be given. Just I wonder whether we were doing well. If we do nothing, yes, all the matters will be considered the matters of bereaved families. We cannot do all the jobs on our own. But if we have this kind of discussions, or if we have some valuable time to put our head together, then that will be helpful itself. This kind of activities will be helpful itself. We know how difficult it is. Why are we doing this? For whom? Yes, we are doing this for victims. So sometimes I feel frustrated as a mother of a victim. You may say that we are doing well, we can do this job, or we can do this, or we should do this job. I want to listen to more active suggestions from you. That's why I'm repeating the same message on and on. Sorry about that. But yes, you have done a good job so far. I understand. I know that your hard work. Please do not forget the 304 victims. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to give a microphone to two keynote speakers for their comments. I'm going to give it 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, Douglas, please. And then Legon Park. And then Sonu Kim.
Thank you. I was worried that the microphone would not come back to me again. 2.5 minutes. I've learned so much from these 2 days, 3 days that we have been here. I'm persuaded that both the level of your movement and the level of the scholarship of disaster and disaster survival studies is in its most advanced form here. I think in the world, your research level is really in the vanguard. I'm very impressed by the sophistication and by the earnestness, the sincerity, and the powerful political will that this movement is demonstrating. And I thank you for this experience. And that's the end of my 2.5 minutes, I believe. Thank you.
Well, it's time to close the two-day symposium. Thank you very much for participating in this symposium. As a keynote speaker, yes, my condition was not that good. I'm not sure I successfully delivered my message during my keynote speech. You mentioned about concerns for the next 10 years. So we are on the side of life and safety, and we have opposing side, anti-life side. They will keep hindering our road. And because of some exacerbating climate change crisis, we may experience a new form of disaster. My concern is that we are not prepared well. Science and technology have been developed and advanced rapidly. And then you will see accelerating inequality issue. If our opposing side, they use science and technology, then I think it will accelerate some inequality issue, I think. So looking at this conflict, I think we have made a miracle for the past 10 years. So we should make more structured, we should be prepared for more structured campaign for the next 10 years to ensure life, to provide a protect life and safety. I think we will need 3 things. The first one, there's a special investigation committee to investigate the Itaewon disaster. The investigation committee of Itaewon disaster should step forward. It should be able to minimize some trials and errors experienced by the Seoul Ferry Disaster Investigation Committee. If they fail to do so, yes, their road ahead will be even rougher. Yes, so several ferry investigation committee, experience trials and errors, and investigation committee of the ETL1 disaster, they can learn from the past cases. And the second point is, yes, we have fought for the past 10 years. Now, what we need is a visible outcome, visible achievement. Visible outcomes should be felt by ordinary citizens. That will be helpful in developing our road down ahead. Now, third point is that we changed our thought frame from accident to incident. And the basic act on the life and safety, yes, this is a basic act. The basic act should be enforced. So I think we should expedite the process. Yes, speed is what matters. Speed will be what matters in the future. Thank you very much for being with us for 2 days, and especially Professor Douglas Ramis. Thank you very much.
먼저 가셨던 우리 그죠 시모무라상 이제 담배를 이제 좋아하시더라고요. 그래서 이제 담배 태우면서 한국에 여러 번 오셨는데 제일 부러웠던 게 피해자들이 모여 있는 모습이 제일 부러웠다 그러고, 두 번째로 그렇게 옆에 시민 지원 조직이 있다는 게 너무나 부러웠답니다. 그래서 피해자들 보고 되게 신기했고 옆에 있는 우리들 보고도 되게 신기하다고 그렇게 파파고가 번역을 했습니다.
That's what it said. I mean, yes, we actually communicated in AI translation tool that time with Shimomura. And I mean, he was so much envious of our victims gathering and the citizen support groups. And over the past decade, we have demonstrated how we can network, how victims can network and strengthen the solidarity with the citizens. So on the occasion of the 10th anniversary, we actually marched all together, and citizens said in public, "We never forget." That's what they say. That means the citizens are coming again. And that is our role for us to provide the venue. And I have been hearing this comment from Ho Sung's mom. I think the space of memory is very important, because if it isn't visible, that we often forget. But if we create a space of memory, then now people can remember it. And that's why we have to keep the space of memory. And as for Yoon Song-yeol's presidency, we have to ask for the state responsibilities. Over the past decade, we have been talking about state responsibilities, but we didn't necessarily have the state to take their own responsibilities and implement the responsibilities. So we have to engrave the responsibilities and accountability of the state, just like engraving it on the trees. And last but not least, one thing that I feel a little sorry and regretful about regarding the first 16 International Symposium is that we didn't much mention Ansan, the city of Ansan, where our victims were born. The past decade of Ansan City should be more shared and should be circulated. And that's something that I want. And thank you so much for your hard work over the past 3 days.
네, 마지막 토론들도 너무
Thank you very much for your good discussion. It's time to conclude today this session. Our experience is important. Yes, and we can learn from the experiences of other countries. The way we remember Gwangju is always seen and witnessed by the global community. And the Truth and Compromise Committee, yes, we have the committee, and In some countries, they have never established such kind of committees. However, still in some cases, the victims are considered perpetrators. As Professor Ramis said, that the act of war is the most tragic case. During the act of war, we cannot protect innocent people. Some activists of the warfare disaster, they are sometimes politically blamed. Some say that we are communists. And in the future, yes, we will have different types of disasters caused by climate change, or on the Korean Peninsula, we may have a kind of a wartime. Then during such kind of disaster period, will we be able to continue the sense of solidarity with others? We have acted so far. Yes, about 30 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds are given to me. Okay, thank you very much anyways for being with us for the past 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With a free and open discussions at the end of the session was now approached. Thank you so much. This concludes the 416 International Symposium hosted by the April 16 Foundation, the Warfare Times Cycle Committee, and the People's Solidarity for Participatory Democracy Research Institute, and supported by the Community Chest of Korea. We would like to thank everyone for their attention of the long hours. And so Korea is one of the most and safest countries to foreigners. So our foreign friends put the postings on SNS saying that in Korea they don't have to worry about their stuff and belongings being stolen. So they put their stuff everywhere in the cafe. Yes, it is true that the Korean society is really secure, but it doesn't mean that we are safe. We are safe in every aspect. And that's the message that I learned from the symposium, thinking of the Sewol Ferry disaster once again. So diagnose the factors we are currently facing and examine the impacts of domestic international disasters, including what the Sewol Ferry disaster has left us and how it has changed our society. And we built a consensus on creating a society that respects life and safety by presenting future directions for the international community. Once again, we extend our heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished guests and online viewers for attending today. This concludes our prepared program. And thank you so much, everybody behind the scene, looking at the screen. So from the booklet and then front desk and video, sound, camera engineers, and all others, and as you can see in the dark place in a really narrow boxes, we have interpreters working there, the Korean, Japanese, and English interpreters, and also you see this is sign language interpreter, and we can see this scripters. Okay, thank you so much. It was successful thanks to you all. Yes, it's over 5:30 p.m. So with that, let me wrap up the 416 International Symposium. Thank you so much. I have been your host, Song-hee.
그대 기억이 내 가슴 속에